powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
the western region of Ghana, a village called Ejan, which is situated on the coast of Axim and very close to Lomun Beach Resort. Good morning! Good morning! Good morning! Good morning from the western region. So this is where we slept last night, and we are in this village. Abigail, where are we? Ejan. Hi, Emmanuel.
Hi.
Okay, you guys want to know how we ended up at this village? So this is a story time. This is Emmanuel. I came with Abigail. Abigail brought me here. Abigail is a YouTuber. And you all are heading to her channel.
Yes.
She's a tour guide. This is going to be a lovely weekend, right?
Yes.
So how did we get here? Tell them the story.
So yesterday we got here a bit late.
Around 2 a.m. This is how it all started. This is a budgeted trip, so we picked a bus from Kanishi, which cost us 80 Ghana cedis. So this is how the ticket looks like. I made a new friend here. So I just took a ticket which cost me 80 Ghana cedis for a vehicle called Elibu. So this is how the air-conditioned Elibu bus looks like, and this is what I'll be using. We are the first passengers, and so we decided to take the middle seat. So
1,000 years later.
It took us about 7 hours from Accra to the western region. The plan was to do Cape 3 Point, and because I have not done Cape 3 Point before, even though I've been in the western region. So I told Abigail, let's do this. And funny enough, yesterday it rained. We were supposed to beach camp behind here, and it rained heavily. So Emmanuel, our caretaker, gave us a room to sleep, and that's where we spent last night. It's raining today. I am very close to Lomun. As I'm standing here, the village is very close to Lomun. I can see Lomun ahead of me, and so yeah, let's take a short tour of the village. Once I'm here, I have to make it work. So Emmanuel is taking us around, since this is his village. So before we start, we are getting porridge, cocoa. Invited anyways. I'm having porridge. It's very, very nice. There's pepper. I had this in Tamale. It's they have the millet type, the one that's made from millet, and they have the type that's made from corn. This is corn together with bread, and it's a good breakfast in the village. So this is the type of rocks found here. So I mean, we are here at the village and we want to know a little history about the place. And since Emmanuel is here with us, he told me something very fascinating. So just listen to him.
Saponeya Masaya. It's me back room. But on at times no tanya too much. So obi to sunma. Wow. And you soon cry it me. Obi and me and Koso. A back room. It is a nipano. Eba damp one.
Ansana.
Wow. Anwa brassi.
Wow.
Aha.
Wow.
Sisi a uhuni sano. Akwaya to say your rain season inti. Nana the bua fukakra. But from January, December, January, February.
So the best time to come is from December, January, February.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, guys, you all know that the Western region is always beautiful. Abigail brings a lot of people here because she's a tour guide, and I've seen pictures on her Instagram. The water is always very blue, but because it rained, it is even drizzling now. It rained last night, and so the waves are a little high.
Okay, Elando.
You can fall.
Yeah.
Alright. So guys, if you know the English name of what he showed us, let me know in the comment section. He says it's like a bacteria that lands on the rock, so it makes it very, very slippery. If you are not careful and you walk on them, you can easily fall off the rocks. So the view is so beautiful from here. Look, Emmanuel got us a crab. This is the kind of crabs that are found here. I'm not going to say. Guys, look at what I found. It's called the sea urchin. Let me know the local name in your country. It's so beautiful. It's alive.
Yeah.
It's moving. Can you guys see? So we are still exploring the village of Ajan, and he's going to show us something behind him, where the white cloth is. I can't point, but look straight. That's where their smaller gods are. Now I believe we're there.
Okay, we na nanum wa hu. Because of wine pa. Of wine. Of wine nti yasum no. But yenye hina so na yasum no. Obi nim kwa sorry.
Okay.
Na say dem send your Bible kan no. Yesi amfa kaza de amfa makaza. Nti say ne time so yesi nya yedema no of wine pa so mo kopo a. So omo ma na aduane na so mo kopo a omo chi nam rough.
Oh right. Oh. It's
ana se bi bonne so eba okwa akọji aduro bonne bi obabi se wo de ba be sikrom gan ade asen nkofo a untimi fama
I bet say no
aba nti I am frama nti opa obaji na di opa so ase awoni sa ifu
it's a walk kwa sorry
me kwa sorry.
You can't come to the coast and not drink coconut. You're invited. The village is very close to Lomun. Emmanuel is taking me to Lomun. Guys, I've been wanting to come to Lomun so bad. See, you all should sponsor your girl. Sponsor me so I'll come and spend one night here, because it's one of the dream locations. I mean, let's see how far we can go inside. This is how the entrance looks like. Look at who I met! Hello! To be honest, I didn't know I was going to see someone here and meet Vidette.
Sweet Life of Vidette on YouTube. I'll be back one day. Don't show when.
And her friend.
Very modest Instagrammer.
Hey. And so they are lodging here, so I get to explore the place, you know. So let's see. Guys, see what God has done. I didn't come to spend the night here, but I came exploring.
She actually would have even got a free night, but she said she's going to Cape 3.
Oh, if I get a free night, then I'm staying. I'm not going. We're about to see her room. Let's see how it goes.
It's a bit messy, guys.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting the famous Stella here. So didn't quite plan for it.
Yeah. Oh, this is really nice. So how much did this cost you?
This costs $300 a night.
$300 a night.
It's a lot.
So this is like the bathroom. Oh guys, I'm so happy. At least Vidette showed me her room, and so we are going to quickly take a shower, come back here, spend some time with them, and then head to my next location. And so if you are watching this video, I hope you are enjoying it, because girl, I'm enjoying myself. In fact, we are enjoying ourselves. Yes, yeah. And so whenever you want to come to anywhere in the Western region or anywhere in Ghana,
Era Tours on Instagram, so just contact me and then I'll bring you here or anywhere you want. I'm on Instagram as this is Gail. So
let Abigail be your tour guide in Ghana. I mean, Christmas, come to Ghana, just contact her. She's going to give you good rates from luxury to average to any place you want to go. I mean, you know we came from the village, right? Now we are in luxury. Yeah. here again. This time around, we changed our outfit. Show them how I look. So this is my outfit of the day. Let me know in the comment section if you like my dress. And this is how Abigail looks. Yay! So we are going to say goodbye to Vidette and also take some small video of Le Moon. Let's see how Le Moon looks like. Get some drone shots and leave. So if you are watching this video, this is what I had wanted for my birthday gift, but I can't afford it. So sponsor your girl. Please tell them to sponsor. Please sponsor Stella, please. So let's go, guys. So we moved to Vidette's new room. This is how it looks like. It comes with a wardrobe. And this is the washroom. Hi, Vidette.
Hello, we back again.
Charlie. We're going to Charlie. Oh, thank you so much for having us here.
See you. Nice company. Thank you.
Whenever you see them, say thank you to them on my behalf.
We should be saying thank you. They want to use you for coming to bless us.
Oh, so at least you got to see their room.
Nice meeting you, girls.
Nice meeting you, darling. I'll follow you on Instagram right now. So yeah, you got to see the place through their lens. I flew some drone shots, which I'm going to show you soon. So yeah, I'm excited. I did pass by. It was worth it. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. Remember, this is how we started. We started in the village and we ended up at Le Moon.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was really fun. So this brings us to the end of this video. If you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience, kindly let me know in the comment section, and do well to subscribe to her YouTube channel.
Yes, this is Gail on YouTube and then on Instagram as well.
So yeah, we are going back to pick our stuff and head to the next location. And so if you want to know the next location, kindly keep watching this video. On my next post, I'm going to be showing with you my experience in my next location. Until next time on my YouTube channel, say bye, bye, say bye, bye.
Let me welcome you all to the 102nd press briefing of the Monetary Policy Committee and the Faith for the year. The MPC met last week to deliberate on recent global and domestic macroeconomic conditions and to assess risks to the inflation and growth outlook. Below is a summary of the developments and key considerations that the committee took into account in arriving at its decision. Since the last MPC meeting in July 2021, the global economic recovery has continued, notwithstanding the spread of the COVID-19 Delta variant and production constraints stemming from supply chain bottlenecks arising from the pandemic. The International Monetary Fund projects global growth of 6% in 2021 and around 4.9% in 2022, supported by policy measures and vaccination programs which have allowed the removal of restrictions and reopening of more economies. Although the global economic outlook points to a rebound in 2021, these forecasts are subject to the evolution of the COVID-19 pandemic, including the spread of the emerging variants of the virus and the pace of vaccination campaigns around the world and continued policy support. Global financial conditions have broadly remained supportive of the recovery process, largely due to the continued accommodative stance of major central banks. Policy rates in major advanced economies are expected to remain low, despite emerging inflation pressures and stronger growth rebound. Yields on longer-dated bonds have declined in recent months amid concerns about the potential impact of the Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus on the global economic recovery, while sovereign spreads in emerging markets and developing economies have remained relatively compressed. The U.S. Federal Reserve has now provided more clarity on the timing of scaling back its asset purchase program, indicating that it is likely to begin in November 2021 and complete the process by mid-2022. However, previous uncertainties associated with the timing of the tapering of asset purchase programs by the U.S. Fed and other central banks in the advanced economies have weighed on equity prices and capital flows to emerging markets and developing economies, exerting some downward pressure on local currencies. Global price developments data show a sharp rise in headline inflation above target in several advanced and emerging market economies on account of higher energy prices, disruptions to supply chains, and increased aggregate demand pressures as economies reopen alongside supply-side constraints. There is, however, the general assessment that headline inflation will revert to target over the medium term, supported by continued slack in labor market conditions and restraint in wage growth. These developments, the recovery in global growth conditions, the tightening of global financing conditions, and rising global inflation trends are likely to have spillover effects on the Ghanaian economy, mainly through their potential impacts on trade, portfolio flows, financing, and exchange rate developments. On the domestic economy, developments continue to point to sustained recovery in economic activity following the downturn at the peak of the pandemic. The latest data from the Ghana Statistical Service indicate a stronger pickup in the annual GDP growth to 3.9% in the second quarter of 2021 from the 3.1% recorded in the first quarter and a 5.7% contraction recorded in the same period of 2020. Non-oil GDP for the same period grew by 5.2% compared with a contraction of 5.8% recorded for the same period in 2020. The stronger growth performance in the second quarter reflects the sharp rebound experienced in the cocoa subsector, which grew by 27.6%, supported by equally stronger growth of 18.7% in hotels and restaurants, 13.8% in real estate, and 10.7% in trade. This stronger performance was, however, moderated by a contraction of 18.9% in the mining and quarrying subsector on account of a 10.8% contraction in the production of oil and gas. The bank's update of the Composite Index of Economic Activity for July 2021 reflected continued recovery in domestic economic activity. The real CIEA recorded a 20% year-on-year growth in July 2021 compared with 20.2% in June 2021 and a 3.9% growth in July 2020. The growth in the indicators were somewhat broad-based, with port activity, imports, domestic VAT, and air passenger arrivals accounting for the increase. The Ghana Purchasing Managers Index fell in August 2021, mainly on the back of rising input costs. The decline in the Purchasing Managers Index was consistent with the results of the bank's latest confidence surveys conducted in August 2021, and which indicated some softening of business sentiments. The survey results reveal the inability of businesses to meet their short-term company targets, driven by high input costs, unavailability of raw materials, weak consumer demand, and rising labor costs. Consumer confidence, on the other hand, improved, reflecting optimism about current and future economic conditions. The pace of growth in total liquidity moderated in August 2021. Broad money supply, that is M2+, increased on a year-on-year basis by 20.2% in August 2021, compared with 24.8% growth recorded in August 2020. The slower growth was due to a contraction in the net foreign assets of the banking sector. Reserve money, on the other hand, increased significantly by 36.7%, compared with 20.2% over the same comparative period, largely reflecting the net build-up in the bank's foreign reserves, higher cocoa purchases than anticipated, and continued implementation of COVID-related policy measures. The banking sector remains strong and well capitalized, with stronger growth in total assets, investments, and deposits. Total assets increased by 16.7% to 166.4 billion Ghana cedis as at the end of August 2021, driven mainly by a 28% year-on-year growth in investments to 80.3 billion Ghana cedis. Growth in gross advances rose by 8.7% as at August 2021 from the end June position of 5.7%. Strong liquidity flows during the period resulted in a 21.8% annual growth in total deposits to 111.6 billion Ghana cedis. Financial soundness indicators have remained strong over the period. The industry's capital adequacy ratio was 20.7% at the end of August 2021, well above the regulatory minimum threshold of 11.5%. Core liquid assets to short-term liabilities was 24.7% in August 2021, compared with 29% a year ago. Over the same period, net interest income grew by 17.9% to 8.3 billion Ghana cedis, marginally lower than the 18.7% growth a year ago. Net fees and commissions grew strongly by 21.8% to 1.85 billion Ghana cedis, higher than the growth of 8.9% for the same period last year, reflecting the continued recovery in trade finance related and other ancillary businesses of banks. Total operating income rose by 15.7%, marginally below the corresponding growth of 17% last year. Cost control measures within the banking sector continue to support profit performance, with operating costs increasing by 9%, lower than the 12.1% increase recorded for the same period in 2020. Loan loss provisions also increased by 5.3%, compared with 29.5% growth a year ago. Profit before tax accordingly increased by 27.4% to 4.9 billion Ghana cedis, higher than the growth of 19.2% a year ago. Private sector credit growth has not fully recovered to the pre-pandemic levels due to lingering supply-side risk aversion from the shock of the pandemic, as well as slower than expected growth in demand for loans that are backed by bankable projects. Annual nominal growth in private sector credit slowed to 9.5% in August 2021, compared with 14.3% in the corresponding period of 2020. Similarly, real private sector credit contracted marginally by 0.1%, compared to a growth of 3.4% recorded over the same period last year. New loans and advances by banks totaled 21.6 billion Ghana cedis in the year to August 2021, marginally above the 20.7 billion Ghana cedis for the same period in 2020. The non-performing loans ratio increased from 15.5% in August 2020 to 17.3% in August 2021, reflecting in part the general pandemic-induced repayment challenges, as well as some bank-specific loan recovery challenges. The latest stress test conducted on the banking sector shows that banks remain resilient under mild to moderate stress conditions, supported by the strong capital and liquidity buffers and the regulatory reliefs introduced during the pandemic. In addition, results from the latest credit condition survey point to a potential increase in demand for credit over the next 2 months. Commercial banks have also indicated a likely softening of their credit stance to households and firms in the coming months, a development that may translate into higher credit growth to support the ongoing recovery process. The specialized deposit-taking institutions and non-bank subsectors continue to reflect gains after the cleanup process. In July 2021, the balance sheet of the savings and loans, finance houses, rural and community banks, and microfinance institutions improved compared with July 2020. This was driven by a strong growth of 27% in deposits relative to 15.7% growth in July 2020. And gross advances also increased by 17.3% compared with a contraction of 19.3% over the same comparative period. Price developments indicate an increase in the general price level during the third quarter of 2021. Two readings since the last MPC meeting showed significant increase in headline inflation from 7.8% in June 2021 to 9% in July and further up to 9.7% in August, closer to the upper limit of the medium-term target band. The upward trajectory of inflation was mainly driven by a surge in food prices over the period. Food inflation increased from 7.3% in June to 9.5% in July and then to 10.6% in August 2021. Non-food inflation also rose marginally from 8.2% to 8.6% and then 8.7% over the same comparative months. The above trends are beginning to reflect in underlying inflation as all the bank's core measures of inflation increase over the period. The core inflation measure, which excludes energy and utility, increased from 7.5% in June 2021 to 8.9% in July, and then to 9.5% in August. The weighted inflation expectations index also picked up in July 2021, reflecting higher inflation expectations by businesses.
Something else. I understand that there are ginger farmers there. We are turning the idea that to reach a circular economy, we have to make use of our waste. And so this, even the heat from the exhaust gas of the pyrolysis and biogas generator will be used up to heat up a digester, which will then be used for the power generator will be used into this agro processing thing. It's a pilot program, but we have planned, if they are cost effective and the technology is right, to replicate it all over the country. Again, we set up a community-based power generation, which is electricity plus fertilizer plant for villages. And that's why I alluded to. In this wise, there will be, when you're using this PV system, the costliest component is the battery system. But through a contraption, a combination, we are using the PV power system during the day. And then the power generated through the biogas will then be used in the night. And then there will be minimal recourse to battery storage, which is the biggest component, sometimes more than 50% of these application systems. Again, we will use human waste, market waste, animal waste, and farm residues. So that is that. We are piloting it together with our foreign partners. Again, industrial and applied research for development, we are providing seedlings for seedlings, cereals, legumes, coconut, oil, palm, tubers, and plantain varieties from various for the various ecozones. Let me give you a practical example. On one of my tours in the regions to the CSR institutions, I noticed that they can use tissue culture to replicate plantain and banana species fast. And then at the same time, through my personal experience, because I do lots of cocoa farms, in the Western North, cocoa board is in the process of cutting down diseased cocoa trees, those that are affected with CSSVD. But right now, if you go to the Western North, that's the Sefi, Wasa, and Ahafo area, they cannot get plantain suckers. So I saw that our institute, some were sitting in silos because they have the technology to replicate plantain species through tissue culture. If you even order 1 million, plantlets, they can give it to you. But unfortunately, somehow it did not register with the cocoa board. So I linked them. Now they are going to sign an agreement where the Crop Research Institute in Kumasi will be supplying them with a lot of plantlets to next year, so that we will do the rejuvenation of the cocoa plantations that are fallen, afflicted by diseases. Again, our scientists are doing a lot of things. I happen to know that certain indigenous species, if you propagate them artificially, you could not. For example, the odum tree, somehow, if the seed does not pass through the gut of an animal and you plant it, it will not survive. But they found a way. Now they have a species that have been successfully planted in Kumasi on test ground. So it means this, for me, is a very good news, because some of our indigenous species, they are under constant threat because it is more economic to grow the exotic species like Cinderella. But if we can do Udum, if we can do Afromosia, if we can do the various Kaya species which are indigenous to this country, then it means we can preserve our environment. Again, when on my visit, I went to see the road construction industry. We could, that's BRI, Building and Road Research Institute at, they have an enclave in Fumeso area in Ashanti, near Ejisu. And they are applying, Pozzolana. Pozzolana is, a soil type that can be used, substituted in certain quantities together with, cement, the one that we know, the clinker. So if you apply pozzolana, then it means the amount of clinker that we have to import is even reduced drastically. And the paradox is that it even has some attributes which are even good for the, the building and the road industry that what we import do not have, and at the same time will also save us some cost. So we were looking for partners and also looking for their industrial application in double quick time. I understand that we have a lot of deposits in the Gomoa area in the central region. So we have to apply it so that Ghana can benefit from it. Again, in the case of industrial and applied research, we have been providing support for planting for food and jobs. People do not know that some 90–95% of all the cereals that are being planted under that come from Mesti. I'm talking about the maize, the beans, and whatnot. The maize, for example, we all know about Obatampa, Asontem, various varieties. They originated from Mesti, from what do you call it? From Mofa. Of course, that is not to say that we want to take the shine from my namesake, Afri Akoto, but it's to show that, yes, Mesti indeed provides it's an enabler, because we provide the science and whatnot that, provide all the seedlings and things that will make a lot of these government programs succeed. Again, we are also providing seedlings for planting for export and rural development, PED. That's where coconut at one of our institutes at it's in Eastern region. Kusi oil palm development at Kusi and all that. So we are into all sorts of things. Again, in the we only yesterday I went to Dawenya. We are piloting together with the Israelis greenhouse and house agriculture, and we believe that we can provide a digital agriculture innovation hub. We are doing that in tandem with MOFA. Again, in the wood industry, we have a wood and furniture testing center. I noticed a lot of furniture that are imported into this country, they get spoiled within a few months. If you are an industrialist and you are importing, there is a center where you can test the structural integrity of all those imports. Maybe a time has come for, in order not to, waste our foreign exchange, to make it even mandatory, legal, that those who import wood products from this country should have a mandatory test, at least beyond a certain threshold. This is not a policy yet, but we are looking at that. Again, there's one area too that I just came from Vienna, Austria. It's nuclear power for reliable energy. Ghana, we have toyed with nuclear energy more than any country, except South Africa. We were even first before Egypt. And we have dealt with nuclear energy. We have a lot of expertise in that area. A lot of our men have served in the IEA in various capacities. Now we have exhausted almost our hydro base. We neglected the nuclear angle because of historical reasons. I don't want to go there. But now the time has come that we are looking at nuclear power, because we've taken steps. The style of President Kufuor's regime and then the various governments have continued. We have bypassed stage 1 in our program, and we are in stage 2, which means we have posted, call for, is culminated in the call for expression of interest, and several countries have, expressed interest about the nuclear installation and the technology that will apply. We have even mapped out some sites in this country that we will have to. Ghana, if we want to develop our alumina, that's our bauxite, and the iron ore, I do not see of any other power source apart from nuclear. So we have taken tentative steps that will let us, harness our nuclear capability, because we have, if you talk about sub-Saharan Africa, and indeed Africa as a whole, we are one of the countries, unbeknownst to most Ghanaians, we are one of the countries that has a lot of technical expertise in this area. So we've done what we call program comprehensive report. We have issued, Mercy has issued to government to formally initiate and complete the phase 2, which is feasibility studies. Like I said, 3 new seismic equipment have been procured and installed at all the candidate sites that we have identified, and currently transmitting data to the Ghana Geological Service National Data Center, so that we will know how whether they are very good sites for future, selection as the nuclear sites. And again, like I've said, we ask for a response to requests for interest, RFI, they call it in the nuclear terminology. And Ghana, through the Ministry of Energy, we have received 5 responses from vendor countries. Again, CSI support towards COVID-19 management. People do not know. We have also been providing a lot of support to COVID-19, the response. And other infectious diseases. People do not know. Right now, it does not lie even in the bosom of Ministry of Health. The neglected tropical diseases are now part of the MESTI core mandate. I'm talking about diseases like schistosomiasis, Buruli ulcer, draconitis, that is what we call guinea worm and so on. Now it beholds on the, what do you call it, CSR to conduct research into them. Of course, they will have to collaborate with Ministerial Health, but that is their core mandate. People, Ghanaians are not largely aware of that. We have been, towards COVID-19 management, we set up a COVID-19 testing laboratory, so actually you can go and do COVID-19 tests, and we have a pharmaceutical laboratory and immunology laboratory that are also operating. So far, we have tested some 15 over nearly 16,000 samples. Again, if I may take another area under our mandate, is reducing environmental pollution and building climate resilience. I see Honorable, Kokofu here. So under MESTI, we are poised to safeguard the natural environment, ensure pollution-free environment, and build climate-resilient economy to achieve sustainable development. We don't have to destroy our environment in the process of development like other nations have done. In this sense, we are committed to several obligations. The Paris Agreement, the Ghana, Germany, Norway, Vietnam, we are championing the signing of an international agreement for plastic pollution and marine litter management. So Ghana is out there in the international arena championing things that way, because in the West Africa, in the Gulf of Guinea, for example, is one of the most polluted marine ecosystems in the world through plastics. And so we have also joined in the African Circular Economy Alliance, that's the ACEA, so that in these things you cannot go it alone. So we have to do it together with other neighboring and like-minded nations. Towards reducing environmental pollution and building climate resilience, we have at the national level a national plastic management policy and implementation plan, which was passed in 2020, and we are into it step by step. Very soon down the line, in regard to plastics, Ministry of MESTI, together with water and sanitation, local government, will be coming big with regard to even mindset issues on plastics management. That's a couple of months down the line. And then we've also, because of these climate issues, it behoves on MESTI to draw what we call the nationally determined contributions. Currently, we have done it. We are going to go to what we call COP26. We have submitted it to Cabinet for their approval, and that is what we will be using during the COP26, our contribution towards the global environmental issues, especially regard to climate change. We are operationalizing a resource recovery secretariat, and we are piloting a circular economy for plastics within the Greater Accra metropolitan area. But there will be more on that. We have an agreement with the Ghana-Swiss bilateral cooperation agreement, where we are trading some of our carbon credits for cookware, stoves that are very efficient and will reduce our carbon emissions, and also part of it will be used to for us to get photovoltaic cells, so that we can use it in rural settings for power generation. And the World Bank is supporting us in what we call the Blue Intervention for management of marine litter and microplastic from getting into the food chain. About a week ago, I read some literature. I was very disturbed. They say that if you, in certain settings, in the course of 1 month, through the food chain, microplastic, which is equivalent to your voting card, you will have plastic will have fallen through that food chain, and you will have ingested it into your system. It's something which is very, very scary, and we will have to get our international commitments right so that the food chain will reduce that. But that can only be done through a circular economy. Again, intervention in the environment, we have developing an incentive payment system for e-waste management. You remember the Abobroshi thing. We are piloting it now. We are thinking of scaling it up. Only recently there was a bit of interruption, but together with the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council, we are solving these problems. We have a UA handover center still at Abobrishi. We've cleared land, and second geotechnical and assessment is being finalized, and so forth. On environmental quality and monitoring program, the EPA has monitored companies in the oil and gas sector to ensure compliance with LI 1652 so that we do not pollute the environment. Again, EPA is monitoring pesticides dealers and train them in safe handling of chemicals, and also prevent excessive application of chemicals, and also has runoff into our water bodies and then in extension into our ecosystem. We are monitoring industries in the Greater Accra region for effluent quality, and where results are higher than EPA, we are recommended guidelines. But I noticed that some of these things are almost like borderline recommendation. I have told the EPA that by God willing, by the end of my tenure, I've coined a neologism, which means they will be turned into a holistic entity, which means they will be policing, more of enforcement, more than regulatory or advisory, because their mandate spans from advisory, regulation, and then enforcement. But all over the world, there's a movement towards the enforcement end. That is why we are looking at the EPA laws. But that Ghanaians will know later. Again, the other interventions, which has got to do with LUSPA, that's Land Use and Planning Authority. We are trying about building resilience in dryland and savanna regions. Of course, that together with EPA too, we are increasing community resilience through water resource management, particularly in the 50 communities in Ghana, northern Ghana. And together with the World Bank, we've successfully piloted it. I went there to see how they can help Ghanaians, cope with climate change, and we are going to scale it up. In this wise, during the pilot process, 15 dams in 10 communities in the 4 northern regions, that's Upper West, Upper East, and Savannah, and Northeast, were beneficiaries. It's been an eye-opener. I've been there to see. And several applications, post-harvest losses, how to apply improved seeds. That's it. That some of the things that we do, you think that they are the mandate of Minister of Agriculture, but together, because it's a spectrum of activity, sometimes we also go into that area so that it will reinforce our climate mitigation and adaptation policies. Again, in this sense, there were 6,000 direct beneficiaries and over 1 million indirect beneficiaries in this program. Again, in the environmental scene, we have 24 women-led agro-processing facilities. In all these things, we have mainstream gender activities, and sometimes, even when I went around, it looks like we have reached overboard to the women more than even the men, which is very good. So this program is called LWMP, Savannah Land Water Management Program. So about some 400 hectares of riparian, that's vegetation along river bodies, have been instituted, and even I saw with my own eyes where we're trying to grow even bamboo species in certain ecozones, riparian ecozones. So with this success, we are working with the World Bank, and so over $100 million will be used to scale up these programs to build this climate, resilience. Before I take my seat, I'm looking at the spatial planning and orderly development. This has been a very difficult area in this country, and the president has actually expressed a lot of misgivings about the way Ghanaians we are developing. It looks like we are developing haphazardly, but we are taking the tentative steps that will make sure that going forward we develop orderly, whereas we will look retroactively and see what we can do about those that have been done without recourse to the law. But for now, for example, the new regions, for example, LUSPAL, the Land and Spatial Planning Authority, provided a local plan for the Western North Administrative Block. That's my Ministerial area, my own area. It was very enlightening indeed. And if you look at the structures that have been built, we share this mandate with local government. We are the higher echelon, that's policy, planning, legal matters, but local government is in charge of the implementation of LUSPA programs. Again, with regard to spatial planning, they're under the office of the Vice President. That's where we have the National Digital Property Address System. And we are tagging them, and as you know, this is very important for our socio-economic development. If you do not have an address system, you cannot develop, and this is going on. In conclusion, MESTI and its agencies exist to ensure accelerated socio-economic development of the nation through the formulation of sound policies, provide a regulatory framework to promote the use of appropriate environmental and friendly scientific and technological practices. In the areas of environment, science, technology, and innovation, MESTI is responsible for initiating policies leading to international treaties, keeping custody of national compliance with regards to the sub-sectors in environment, science, technology, and innovation. We look to strengthening our collaboration with MMDAs, the private sector development partners. We believe that we have a mandate to keep, we will deliver. Thank you so much for your attention.
Mr. Many thanks for the brief that you have shared with us. And colleagues, there's a phrase that he used there which I think anchors the whole presentation. He says that MESTI's job is to work towards the accelerated socio-economic development of our country. So the socio-economic development, Minister, that would be my first question to you. Colleagues, we're ready for your questions. You can give us a wave, we'll bring the mic to you. So Minister, the socio-economic development of this country is being spearheaded by many other departments.
Yes.
But MESTI is a catalyst. MESTI seeks to, the word you used is accelerate it.
Yes.
How are you balancing jurisdictions, people who are primarily responsible for various aspects, with the function of MESTI, which is a catalyst? So how does MESTI relate with all of these other areas that are the ones seized with the actual execution in these areas? So I'll come to you for an answer to that. But first, let me also take some questions from my colleagues. Then we'll add that to it. So please put that down for us. Let's start with GNA.
Yeah, thank you. I have 4 questions, so be patient with me. My first question is, as you rightly said, climate change mitigation is very important. But in our quest to mitigate destruction of our environment, the use of LPG is very crucial. But we are experiencing highs in LPG. For example, 13-kilogram cylinder now is around 900 Ghana cedis. And we want people to use LPG instead of charcoal. And so I want to find out your policy direction to encourage people to use LPG instead of charcoal.
In the face of the
rising of LPG. Then 2, Ramsar, Ghana has signed onto the Ramsar Convention on wetlands for conservation and sustainable use of wetlands. But over the years, Ghana has suffered encroachment of these wetlands, and it's causing a lot of problems like flooding and other things. What measures are you putting in place to curb this situation? Third question, you mentioned 5 vendor countries expressed their interest in partnering Ghana in our quest for developing our nuclear energy. What are the countries, if you can mention the countries, and what are the criteria that you use in selecting
I mentioned that it's obvious that your questions are very well researched. We like well-researched questions. Is that graphic? Times, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I have just one and a follow-up.
Your ministry will view the question of spatial planning and how a ministry like lands, which is, I hope I'm correct, the lead agency in that area would also interface with you in that area. I'll take a final one and then I'll come for reactions. Once again,
good morning, Honorable Minister.
Times, very well researched questions. We like questions that are straightforward. Nana, go ahead.
Yeah, you did mention that some species of trees are becoming extinct in this country and you are making effort to replenish them. Do you do that with Forestry Commission and other ministries? Because there are other ministries like lands and things that also are going to the same thing. Do you have that kind of collaboration for replenishing the extinct species of trees like Odum, mahogany, and the rest? And my second question, Minister, you are aware that we brought in LPG gas as it were to substitute the use of charcoal. But I still see that some truckloads of charcoal come from the hinterlands, always into the city and other places. What are you doing about it? Because the trees, as I've seen, are becoming extinct. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, well-researched questions. Minister, let's take responses to all of these questions, and then we will come back for a final sweep.
Okay. You asked about the our policy. I take it that I actually embedded in my submission is the answer to your question. We are enabler, but we do not shy away from taking a leadership role in certain situations when, as far as environment and then science, technology, and innovation are concerned. So I could go and give a whole lecture about the delineation of the shared mandate. For example, in education, you see that the universities, they do research. So applied sciences, we share the same mandate with them through our institutes. We also do applied research. But ours are geared more towards the commercial application. So in fact, we are even thinking of setting up, if I have been given, only yesterday, I have been given the go-ahead by the president to set up a commercial unit which will be equivalent to some of the institutes themselves. But they will be focusing on their commercial application. You do not expect professors to certainly become, experts in marketing and so on and so forth. So yes, that's one example. If you take trade and industry, for example, we provide some of the things. Yesterday, again, I traveled to Dawenya, and under GAEC, the application of gamma radiation. Do you know that one of the problems that our export sector is facing with regard to agriculture, that's horticulture and then fruit and vegetables, is the application of what we call the non-tariff barriers, the phytosanitary things that they will, standards that they will use to ban our products. But here we have at GAEC, the capacity to irradiate our food products, which would then answer all these questions about a lot of these phytosanitary issues. You understand?
Yeah.
So even in country, we can apply them so that we can reduce contamination, prolong shelf lives, while preserving taste. So Mercy has got a lot of things. Some of the mandates are not clear. Honestly, let me be careful. But if you are a ministry, you can assert yourself, because when they craft laws, you know that there are always going to be gray areas. That is why we are enabler. We are not a very, for want of a better word, we are a very sexy ministry, but we provide a platform for all the actions that all the other ministries work on. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, this is
fine. The LPG use policy direction. Well, I believe that pricing, sometimes they are only temporary aberrations. You see, we look at the long term. If the economy is right, LPG gases will come down. That one is for the Ministry of Energy and Finance to answer. But the whole thrust is that we want to promote the use of LPG. I don't think this pricing now is ossified. You know, they are not set in stone. And if the economic circumstances become very, very correct, I'm sure the prices will come down and then we'll be on there. So that one, maybe the Ministry of Energy and others will put, but all the same, I'll relate to them, so we'll synchronize with our policy. We've been doing that, but we shall see. All the same, it cannot be zero rated. The LPG gas cannot be for free. So we'll have to look at that. About Ramsar sites and wetlands, again, yes, we are in charge of that area, but their implementation, that's where we have a problem. Again, we share the same mandate with local governments. You see, the local government are the ministry, the ministry which enforces this. We have been looking at the law. I have had conversation with my colleague, Namboche. Maybe this issue has become so topical that we have to verticalize it in contrary to the decentralization process. I believe that maybe they should put it where it belongs, because the Mercy is in charge of policy formulation, legislation, and all that. But when it comes to real hands, boots on the ground application and enforcement, it's local government. That I find as an aberration. So when I visited, I even flagged it. And I've been having conversation with the Ministry for Local Government. Because on the other hand, you want to decentralize so that when we are giving building permits and whatnot, there's uniformity and conformity. But the organizational culture, for me, in local government does not permit that to happen. Whether we should look at the law in order to avert that, or Damboche should crack the whip so that they do what is needful, is between me and we are having a conversation on that. Again, on vendor countries, I don't know whether, look, 5 countries, there's nothing to hide under this sun. So I believe that the USA, the Russia, there are 5 of them. I think Canada, South Korea, and all, they have all expressed interest. They've been written them. But you see, again, I share a mandate with energy. So this interest is with energy if you want to know the details. But the Mercy is in charge of the technical aspects and, you know, regulatory aspect of all these things. Again, the amount specifically is $103 million. I talked about the SP, the Savannah, Sustainable Management Project. It's a mouthful. You see, so that's why we have scaled it. In fact, we are coming south. I believe certain cocoa growing areas are also coming into it, because that's why. So the specifics, you can find them in my ministry, but minister have to have a broad view of what is happening, not sometimes get into detail. Besides which, it hasn't happened yet. It's in the works. The process is in the works. When it comes, I will engage myself in those specific areas. Again, the status of the spatial planning policy, what concrete steps are we taking to make sure? I've forgotten the question. Yes, again, that is what I have answered. The LOSPA law that was passed, there's some deficit. On one hand, Ghana, we want to decentralize. So we've ceded the actual implementation to local government, so that we provide technical backstopping, we provide all the things. But this is a continuum. So in fact, I myself am frustrated with that. And we've had discussions again recently, even with no less a person than the president, because he was worried. So we have to look at that legal lacuna, whether that is why local government will have to up their game. Nobody, I don't want even that tough. It's a very difficult terrain. Let me be careful about my colleague. But it's, for me, I have diagnosed that as a cultural phenomenon. Remember, even chiefs, when we go to where I come from, chiefs even sometimes they go and then they give lands to people without recourse to local government. And, you know, have to, because of the way land issues are handled in this country. It's a very difficult terrain. So let me not shift the blame on somebody, but to acknowledge that it's a difficult problem, legislation has a part to play. A cultural shift, a cultural change with regard to enforcement will have to take place. We have to bring in the chiefs. Maybe we have to bring in chieftaincy ministry so that we all have education and get, what do you call it, what we want. If you go to Kumasi, for example, a lot of wetlands are being filled. You do the analysis, the lands have been given up by the chiefs. It's not even the agencies. And that is a very difficult thing. So let's, we have to have a national conversation and education about these things. Again, the fourth and the last person, we are collaborating with about extinct tree species. We are not planting them. We provide the science and whatnot. That's why I say we are enabler. But we give the science and the data and everything. Lands Commission knows, for example, that these days we can plant odum species through artificial means and whatnot. So they are the implementer. We do not want to usurp their duties. But when you come to, when you go to Fumeswa, for example, you find odum species that have been planted using the new ways that have been developed. But we learned that technology to Rand's Forestry Commission to do that. So through that way, I believe that some of the extinct species, commercially extinct species, will be brought. Again, somebody asked about charcoal and LPG gas. Well, we have to be very empirical. Nobody said we should not be using charcoal.
Honorable Minister, we want to thank you for your time and for the detail with which you have shared the agenda being pursued by your ministry. The big news, among other things, is that the government's decision to make science, technology, innovation, and protection of the environment a key pillar in the next phase of our economic development agenda is ongoing. I hear the young people say the agenda is agending. It's currently ongoing.
Let me also add that science, technology, and innovation, as the name depicts, actually is a cultural phenomena. It's a mindset issue.
It's a way of life.
So a way of life. That is where I am coming from. Not even the scientific, because all the facts and all the details are there. But Ghanaians, even if you met a taxi driver, his way of thinking. You see, this contraption is from the space industry, mobile telephony. You don't know how it is manufactured. A lot of people don't know how it works. Digital technology, from Boolean algebra through to whatnot, all the methods, through logic and all, you don't need to know it, but intuitively you know it. That's what I mean. Ghanaians do not have to be science-based. But on the other hand, the stock of Ghanaian students, maybe 70% of them should be science students, and the humanities will be 30% or so. That is conversation I'm having with the Minister for Education. So it will be a scientific-based society. But at the same time, our thinking, whether you took sciences or not, anyway, education curricula, you should have some minimum scientific input. But you don't have to even know, but your thinking, so that
along those lines
will be around science.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the details that you've shared with us. You can please resume your seat.
Okay.
For the details that you've shared with us. We are very, very grateful. As Minister was saying, science and technology as a way of, even quadrupling is not the word, multiplying productivity extensively. Minister, I use the same mobile phone you are referring to as an example. You know, if you look at how much time you can save today because of the simple fact that there's WhatsApp and the document can be put on WhatsApp, and therefore what you can do, because you didn't have to go somewhere before it was sent to you, you could read it and edit and respond and send back. There's a lot of work, and it has a way of affecting productivity and therefore the advancement of society. So, Minister, thank you for the details. Colleagues, just to recap, Sunday we were here to deal with the $600 million debt sitting at BOS that has been paid down, the BDC debts, a claim of about 29 or 26. Second? Yeah. $27 million. That's now come down to $11 million. I haven't heard you talk much about it, by the way. Asset utilization at BOS has moved from 17% to about 75%, and the turnaround at BOS. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to deal with the turnaround going on at the Lands Commission and under the Lands Ministry. A day earlier, we had spent some time talking about the trade mission to Dubai and the benefits they'll be bringing back home. And today, we've been getting a brief on how environment, science, technology, innovation are propelling the growth and development agenda of the country. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, the delegation or the mission that went to Europe on matters of local vaccine production will have an opportunity to also engage the country. We look forward to reaching the country through you. Honorable Minister, on behalf of our colleagues here, to yourself and your team,
let me welcome you all to the 102nd press briefing of the Monetary Policy Committee and the Faith for the year. The MPC met last week to deliberate on recent global and domestic macroeconomic conditions and to assess risks to the inflation and growth outlook. Below is a summary of the developments and key considerations that the committee took into account in arriving at its decision. Since the last MPC meeting in July 2021, the global economic recovery has continued, notwithstanding the spread of the COVID-19 Delta variant and production constraints stemming from supply chain bottlenecks arising from the pandemic. The International Monetary Fund projects global growth of 6% in 2021 and around 4.9% in 2022, supported by policy measures and vaccination programs which have allowed the removal of restrictions and reopening of more economies. Although the global economic outlook points to a rebound in 2021, these forecasts are subject to the evolution of the COVID-19 pandemic, including the spread of the emerging variants of the virus and the pace of vaccination campaigns around the world and continued policy support. Global financial conditions have broadly remained supportive of the recovery process, largely due to the continued accommodative stance of major central banks. Policy rates in major advanced economies are expected to remain low, despite emerging inflation pressures and stronger growth rebound. Yields on longer-dated bonds have declined in recent months amid concerns about the potential impact of the Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus on the global economic recovery, while sovereign spreads in emerging markets and developing economies have remained relatively compressed. The U.S. Federal Reserve has now provided more clarity on the timing of scaling back its asset purchase program, indicating that it is likely to begin in November 2021 and complete the process by mid-2022. However, previous uncertainties associated with the timing of the tapering of asset purchase programs by the U.S. Fed and other central banks in the advanced economies have weighed on equity prices and capital flows to emerging markets and developing economies, exerting some downward pressure on local currencies. Global price developments data show a sharp rise in headline inflation above target in several advanced and emerging market economies on account of higher energy prices, disruptions to supply chains, and increased aggregate demand pressures as economies reopen alongside supply-side constraints. There is, however, the general assessment that headline inflation will revert to target over the medium term, supported by continued slack in labor market conditions and restraint in wage growth. These developments, the recovery in global growth conditions, the tightening of global financing conditions, and rising global inflation trends are likely to have spillover effects on the Ghanaian economy, mainly through their potential impacts on trade, portfolio flows, financing, and exchange rate developments. On the domestic economy, developments continue to point to sustained recovery in economic activity following the downturn at the peak of the pandemic. The latest data from the Ghana Statistical Service indicate a stronger pickup in the annual GDP growth to 3.9% in the second quarter of 2021 from the 3.1% recorded in the first quarter and a 5.7% contraction recorded in the same period of 2020. Non-oil GDP for the same period grew by 5.2% compared with a contraction of 5.8% recorded for the same period in 2020. The stronger growth performance in the second quarter reflects the sharp rebound experienced in the cocoa subsector, which grew by 27.6%, supported by equally stronger growth of 18.7% in hotels and restaurants, 13.8% in real estate, and 10.7% in trade. This stronger performance was, however, moderated by a contraction of 18.9% in the mining and quarrying subsector on account of a 10.8% contraction in the production of oil and gas. The bank's update of the Composite Index of Economic Activity for July 2021 reflected continued recovery in domestic economic activity. The real CIEA recorded a 20% year-on-year growth in July 2021 compared with 20.2% in June 2021 and a 3.9% growth in July 2020. The growth in the indicators were somewhat broad-based, with port activity, imports, domestic VAT, and air passenger arrivals accounting for the increase. The Ghana Purchasing Managers Index fell in August 2021, mainly on the back of rising input costs. The decline in the Purchasing Managers Index was consistent with the results of the bank's latest confidence surveys conducted in August 2021, and which indicated some softening of business sentiments. The survey results reveal the inability of businesses to meet their short-term company targets, driven by high input costs, unavailability of raw materials, weak consumer demand, and rising labor costs. Consumer confidence, on the other hand, improved, reflecting optimism about current and future economic conditions. The pace of growth in total liquidity moderated in August 2021. Broad money supply, that is M2+, increased on a year-on-year basis by 20.2% in August 2021, compared with 24.8% growth recorded in August 2020. The slower growth was due to a contraction in the net foreign assets of the banking sector. Reserve money, on the other hand, increased significantly by 36.7% compared with 20.2% over the same comparative period, largely reflecting the net build-up in the bank's foreign reserves, higher cocoa purchases than anticipated, and continued implementation of COVID-related policy measures. The banking sector remains strong and well capitalized, with stronger growth in total assets, investments, and deposits. Total assets increased by 16.7% to 166.4 billion Ghana cedis as at the end of August 2021, driven mainly by a 28% year-on-year growth in investments to 80.3 billion Ghana cedis. Growth in gross advances rose by 8.7% as at August 2021 from the end June position of 5.7%. Strong liquidity flows during the period resulted in a 21.8% annual growth in total deposits to 111.6 billion Ghana cedis. Financial soundness indicators have remained strong over the period. The industry's capital adequacy ratio was 20.7% at the end of August 2021, well above the regulatory minimum threshold of 11.5%. Core liquid assets to short-term liabilities was 24.7% in August 2021 compared with 29% a year ago. Over the same period, net interest income grew by 17.9% to 8.3 billion Ghana cedis, marginally lower than the 18.7% growth a year ago. Net fees and commissions grew strongly by 21.8% to 1.85 billion Ghana cedis, higher than the growth of 8.9% for the same period last year, reflecting the continued recovery in trade finance related and other ancillary businesses of banks. Total operating income rose by 15.7%, marginally below the corresponding growth of 17% last year. Cost control measures within the banking sector continue to support profit performance, with operating costs increasing by 9%, lower than the 12.1% increase recorded for the same period in 2020. Loan loss provisions also increased by 5.3% compared with 29.5% growth a year ago. Profit before tax accordingly increased by 27.4% to 4.9 billion Ghana cedis, higher than the growth of 19.2% a year ago. Private sector credit growth has not fully recovered to the pre-pandemic levels due to lingering supply-side risk aversion from the shock of the pandemic, as well as slower than expected growth in demand for loans that are backed by bankable projects. Annual nominal growth in private sector credit slowed to 9.5% in August 2021 compared with 14.3% in the corresponding period of 2020. Similarly, real private sector credit contracted marginally by 0.1% compared to a growth of 3.4% recorded over the same period last year. New loans and advances by banks totaled 21.6 billion Ghana cedis in the year to August 2021, marginally above the 20.7 billion Ghana cedis for the same period in 2020. The non-performing loans ratio increased from 15.5% in August 2020 to 17.3% in August 2021, reflecting in part the general pandemic-induced repayment challenges, as well as some bank-specific loan recovery challenges. The latest stress test conducted on the banking sector shows that banks remain resilient under mild to moderate stress conditions, supported by the strong capital and liquidity buffers and the regulatory reliefs introduced during the pandemic. In addition, results from the latest credit condition survey point to a potential increase in demand for credit over the next 2 months. Commercial banks have also indicated a likely softening of their credit stance to households and firms in the coming months, a development that may translate into higher credit growth to support the ongoing recovery process. The specialized deposit-taking institutions and non-bank subsectors continue to reflect gains after the cleanup process. In July 2021, the balance sheet of the savings and loans, finance houses, rural and community banks, and microfinance institutions improved compared with July 2020. This was driven by a strong growth of 27% in deposits relative to 15.7% growth in July 2020. And gross advances also increased by 17.3% compared with a contraction of 19.3% over the same comparative period. Price developments indicate an increase in the general price level during the third quarter of 2021. Two readings since the last MPC meeting showed significant increase in headline inflation from 7.8% in June 2021 to 9% in July and further up to 9.7% in August, closer to the upper limit of the medium-term target band. The upward trajectory of inflation was mainly driven by a surge in food prices over the period. Food inflation increased from 7.3% in June to 9.5% in July and then to 10.6% in August 2021. Non-food inflation also rose marginally from 8.2% to 8.6% and then 8.7% over the same comparative months. The above trends are beginning to reflect in underlying inflation as all the bank's core measures of inflation increase over the period. The core inflation measure, which excludes energy and utility, increased from 7.5% in June 2021 to 8.9% in July, and then to 9.5% in August. The weighted inflation expectations index also picked up in July 2021, reflecting higher inflation expectations by businesses, consumers, and the financial sector. Provisional data on the budget execution for the period January to July 2021 indicated an overall broad cash fiscal deficit of 6.1% of GDP against the target of 5.7% of GDP. This was due to higher revenue shortfalls. The corresponding primary balance was a deficit of 1.9% of GDP compared to the target deficit of 1.3% of GDP. Over the period, total revenue and grants amounted to 34.3 billion Ghana cedis, that is 7.8% of GDP, below the projected 38.8 billion Ghana cedis, 8.8% of GDP. Total expenditures and arrears clearance amounted to 61.1 billion Ghana cedis, that is 13.9% of GDP, which was below the program target of 63.8 billion Ghana cedis, that is 14.5% of GDP. These developments impacted the stock of public debt, which increased to 76.4% of GDP at 335.9 billion Ghana cedis at the end of July 2021, compared with 76% of GDP, that is 291.6 billion Ghana cedis at the end of December 2020. Of the total debt stock, domestic debt was 173.4 billion Ghana cedis, while the external debt was 162.5 billion Ghana cedis. Money market interest rates continued on a downward path across the yield curve. The 91-day and 182-day Treasury bill rates declined to 12.5% and 13.3% respectively in August 2021, from 14% and 14.1% respectively in August 2020. Similarly, the rate on the 364-day instrument decreased marginally to 16.2% from 16.9% over the same comparative period. Except for rates on the 15-year and 20-year bonds, which remained unchanged at 19.8% and 20.2% respectively, rates on all other medium to longer term instruments generally declined. The weighted average interbank rate declined to 12.6% from 13.6%, largely reflecting improved liquidity conditions on the interbank market, which had transmitted to lending rates. Consequently, average lending rates of banks declined marginally to 12.5% in August 2021 from 21.4% recorded in the same period of 2020, consistent with developments in the interbank market. International prices of the three major export commodities reflected mixed trends in the year to August 2021. Crude oil prices have remained bullish on account of OPEC Plus production cuts, which has led to steady draws on global oil inventories. The average price of crude oil went up by 40.4% on a year-to-date basis to $70.5 per barrel in August 2021. Gold prices declined by 3.9% to average $1,789.6 per fine ounce in August 2021 due to pressure from the strong US dollar. The average price of cocoa also decreased marginally by 1% to trade at $2,555.9 per ton due to ample supply from major cocoa producers. These price developments, together with production changes, impacted the trade account over the first 8 months of the year. Total export receipts increased by 2.4% on a year-on-year basis to $9.9 billion, supported by higher realized prices from gold, which was up by 6.2%, cocoa up by 4.2%, and crude oil prices, which was up by 58.1%. However, the impacts were moderated by a sharp decline in the volume of gold and crude oil exports by 20.9% and 20.1% on a year-on-year basis, respectively, despite the 23.9% growth in volumes of cocoa bean exports. Total imports, on the other hand, increased by 8.6% to $8.9 billion. This was driven mainly by a 58.5% increase in the value of refined petroleum product imports, arising from increased demand as the economy returned to normalcy from last year's lockdown. The higher import bill relative to export receipts resulted in a lower trade surplus of $874.8 million in the year to August 2021, compared with a surplus of $1.4 billion recorded in the same period of 2020. Gross international reserves stood at $11.4 billion, equivalent to 5.2 months of import cover at the end of August 2021. The strong reserves build-up over the review period provided some buffer to the local currency, which came under some demand pressures from commerce, manufacturing, and energy sectors as economic activity picked up in the third quarter. Cumulatively, available data as at September 22, 2021, shows that the Ghana cedi recorded a depreciation of 1.8% against the US dollar, compared with a depreciation of 3% for the same period of 2020. The Ghana cedi also depreciated by 1.6% against the pound sterling, but appreciated by 2.7% against the euro over the same period. Summary and outlook. The committee noted that the recovery in global economic activity has continued, although unevenly spread across regions and countries, but uncertainties regarding the continued spread of the Delta variant of COVID-19 virus, variations in policy stimulus programs, and low access to vaccines in emerging markets and frontier economies may weaken near-term growth prospects. Global inflation pressures are expected to be strong in the near term. However, the factors driving headline inflation are judged to be temporary. There is still sizable spare capacity in the global economy, and the slackness in labor market conditions would restrain wage growth and prevent a significant and sustained pickup in underlying inflation. Inflation is expected to return to their targets over the medium term as the spare capacity is eroded. Global financing conditions remain generally supportive of the recovery process despite rising inflationary pressures. However, the strengthening of the US dollar, rising US inflation, rising long-term bond yields, and anticipated earlier than expected tapering of bond purchase programs by central banks in advanced economies have heightened uncertainties in the outlook. In some emerging and frontier economies, particularly those with high fiscal deficits and debt vulnerabilities, these developments have triggered capital flow reversals with associated currency pressures. On the domestic front, the committee was of the view that growth continues to recover from the impact of the pandemic. High-frequency economic indicators point to continued recovery in economic activity, even though below pre-pandemic levels. Although consumer confidence picked up, weakening business sentiments stemming from supply disruptions is adversely impacting input costs, driving down short-term company prospects. While credit to the private sector saw a marginal pickup, the trends remain below expectations, largely on account of pandemic-related risk aversion. The COVID-19-related macro-prudential measures put in place by the Bank of Ghana will be maintained for the time being to support full recovery in economic activity. The banking sector balance sheet performance remains strong, with sustained growth in total assets, investments, and deposits. Profitability levels remain high, with profit growth driven by increased income growth. Financial soundness indicators remain broadly sound, although credit risk appears elevated and needs to be carefully monitored. Bolstered by strong capital and liquidity buffers, banks are expected to withstand mild to moderate credit risk shocks emanating from deterioration in asset quality. Banks continue to increase their investments in high-yielding government securities to improve their earnings, while moderating their credit risk due to uncertainties in the business environment. The committee took note of the fact that the trend of increased domestic financing of the deficit, driven by high-yielding government paper held largely by banks, was crowding out credit to the private sector. The external payments position remained strong despite the decline in the trade surplus due to a stronger import growth and a widening current account deficit, which has been adequately financed with external inflows from portfolio and foreign direct investments. The Ghana cedi has performed strongly with a year-to-date depreciation of 1.8%. The country's higher sovereign spread has not shifted foreign investor behavior, as net monthly purchases of securities on both the debt and equity markets remain favorable. In the outlook, rising interest rates in the advanced economies on account of tapering may pose some risk. However, the strong reserve buildup and foreign exchange inflows from the recent SDR allocation and the expected syndicated cocoa loan proceeds should help to cushion currency pressures in the near term. The latest data suggests that fiscal consolidation efforts appear to be on track, but with some inherent risks associated with wage settlements and energy sector payments amid low revenue mobilization. In addition, debt sustainability concerns remain, which warrants additional fiscal consolidation efforts, carefully balanced with sustainable growth strategies and efficient debt management strategies. The expectation on fiscal policy implementation in the remaining months of the year will be shaped by revenue collection efforts and strict alignment of expenditures with revenue inflows to ensure the attainment of the fiscal deficit target for the year. Inflation has risen sharply over the last two readings, driven mainly by sustained food price increases. Although food inflation has pushed overall inflation close to the upper limit of the band, core inflation remains relatively subdued. In the view of the committee, the increase in inflation is mainly due to food inflation, which is expected to abate with the onset of the harvest season. This notwithstanding, the latest forecasts indicate that inflation will remain within the medium target band, but closer to the upper limit in the near term, in the absence of further unexpected shocks. A close monitoring of the inflation situation is, however, warranted to respond swiftly to prevent potential second-round effects on headline inflation from the rising food inflation. The committee stands ready to respond appropriately as needed if this particular risk materializes. Given these considerations and the fairly balanced risks to inflation and growth in the outlook, the committee decided to keep the policy rate unchanged at 13.5%. Thank you very much.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business. Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Ernestina Sewa Asante. On today's edition, I introduce to you a Ghanaian tech developer who has designed an app to allow cryptocurrency traders across the globe to trade using its secured escrow system. With this app, you can buy, sell, receive, or even convert Bitcoin to mobile money and mobile money to Bitcoin. With the same app, you can use unused gift cards to purchase this Bitcoin. My colleague Mauli Aholimega has the full report.
cryptocurrency trading is fast spreading across the world. As a result of this, a company in Ghana has designed a platform that seeks to enable cryptocurrency traders across the world to trade effectively on its escrow system. Before I introduce my guest on this week's edition of BizTech, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back from that break. My guest on this week's edition of BizTech is Benjamin Anderson, and he's a tech developer who is into cryptocurrencies. Benjamin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm doing well. Welcome to BizTech.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for those of us who don't know what cryptocurrencies are, can you just briefly explain what cryptos are?
All right, sure. So cryptocurrencies are digital currencies, and mostly they are decentralized. By decentralized, I mean there's no central body governing the usage, the activities around the coin. So mostly these coins are the power in these coins, or to control this power, to control these coins basically lies with the users. So let's say you and I are transacting. The transaction is just between you and I, and there's no third party, or there's no central body who regulates the currencies. Yes.
Yeah. So you developed a crypto app. Was this something specific that you saw and decided to venture into something like this?
Exactly. Every now and then, as human beings, we need to make we need to provide value. We need to make lives better. And my way of making life better is providing an avenue for traders all across the world to find a way to transact. So if you are in Ghana, it shouldn't be a problem for you to transact with people living in the US, living in Asia, living in any part of the world. So that is the reason why we came up with this app.
Yeah, but some will argue that at the moment the markets are quite volatile. There's a lot of uncertainty on the market. What was that specific thing that because I'm sure your app is coming to do some good, right?
Exactly.
What was that specific thing that you saw? I'm sure you did some surveys also on the market to realize that people are moving into cryptos. What was that specific thing that you saw before you decided to create something like this?
First of all, I saw availability of market. Second, aside availability, I saw there was a challenge. Even though people want to sell and buy, there's still a challenge, and there was no trust for people to transact. And I saw there was a barrier between people living in Ghana and then overseas. So all these factors necessitated our reason for bringing up this app.
Okay. Yes. All right. Yeah, so I understand there are a lot of cryptos out there. Some have very funny names. I know about the Ethereum, correct me if I'm wrong, and then I also know about Dogecoin. So just give us some of the ones that are out there.
For cryptocurrencies, we have Bitcoin, we have Ethereum, like you said, we have Dogecoin, we have Cardano, which is ADA, we have Matic. There are a number of them, more than 2,000 of them, and they all have a purpose. Some come in as a DApp, decentralized apps. Some come in as DeFi, decentralized finance. Some come in as currencies, digital currencies. So they all have different purposes they serve. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. But there are also some arguments that because it's trading digitally, it may not really be as effective, because some also believe cash is still ruling the world. Yes. What do you make of that?
Cash is ruling the world, and without any doubt. But ask yourself, payment methods like mobile money, it is cash, right? But it is digital. It only becomes cash when it is accepted by the users. So if users of cryptocurrencies have accepted, if you accept, if I accept, it becomes cash. The power in cash comes from the central government, comes from the government, and the government is just you and I, so we must all accept to make it, yes, usable asset.
I like the point that you said about accepting. So we have the African Continental Free Trade Area coming. Obviously, you have some sort of payment integration. Where do you see cryptocurrency fitting into that sort of model?
Cryptocurrencies are going to fit for the whole world. It's not just about Africa, let me first say that. My stand on cryptocurrency and how they will fit in the financial world is that I believe cryptocurrencies are going to be currency of the future for the whole world. I'm saying so to the point that, imagine I have to buy something from US, or imagine I have to remit money to somebody in US, and I have the freedom to do it at my own will. Who wouldn't like to use such a currency? So it is going to be a currency for the world, and that is what I believe in. Yes.
Okay, so now let's come to your app, which is My BitStore. Just briefly tell us what My BitStore is and what it does.
Yes, My BitStore is a peer-to-peer marketplace for cryptocurrencies, where you can convert your cryptocurrencies to other cryptocurrencies, or convert from cryptocurrency to mobile money, and vice versa. You can buy and sell Bitcoin. You can send and receive Bitcoin. Yes, so basically, and as well, you can convert your unused gift cards to Bitcoin and sell Bitcoin for gift cards. And My BitStore offers you the opportunity to trade in over 250 payment methods. Because it is a peer-to-peer, we allow people to choose a payment method of their choice and then make a transaction using that payment method. Yes.
So I still want to learn a little bit about the crypto. How much money can you have on your crypto account? Is it unlimited, or there's a cap?
Yes, there's no limit. As much as you have or as little as you have, you can buy crypto. You can buy. So many people ask me, one Bitcoin is $46,000, and I don't have $46,000. So the Bitcoin is divisible. That is one feature of a currency. For a currency, for something to be called a currency, it must be divisible. And so Bitcoin is divisible. So if you have 100 cedis, you can get 100 cedis out of the $46,000. So you don't have to get much to buy Bitcoin. With the little you have, you can buy Bitcoin. And you can also buy as much as you want. There's no limit to what you can own. Yes.
So I want you to also just quickly expand on how the conversion is, because the rates vary every day. There are different rates on the currency market. So just take us briefly how the conversion rate works.
Yes. So first, talking about conversion rate, I would like to talk about how Bitcoin prices goes up and down. Mostly these things happen because of speculations. One, two, they happen because of demand and supply. Because if you look back, Bitcoin started somewhere in 2010, 2009. Yes. And the price at the time wasn't even up to $1. And now we sit here and one price of Bitcoin is $46,000. It went as high as $64,000. But that is to say that people are adopting it. People are accepting it. Because there will be no value if people don't actually see the need to buy Bitcoin. So because they are buying Bitcoin, the value keeps increasing. So back to your question, which was... Come again with your question? Yeah, conversion rate. Yeah, the conversion rate. It depends on the buyer and the seller. Usually, the rate is determined by the buyer and then the seller. A seller makes an offer, the buyer responds, they negotiate. So once they can reach an agreement, the transaction is conducted on that agreed rate. Exactly.
All right. Yeah. So now let's come to your app specifically. In terms of engagement, how many people have you been able to get onto the app? And how is the feedback looking like so far?
Okay, the feedback now is awesome, but it's a very big app. We do a lot of things on the app. It is not just a simple buy and sell. You can create offer. You can do so much. You can exchange other values beyond Bitcoin on the app. So now the engagement on the app, or the engagement around the app, is to educate the masses on how to use the app. Okay. So far, so good. Those who have managed to understand what we are doing love the app, and they think this is an awesome project that everybody must come on board. Yes, so the reception is awesome. Yes.
So now back, I want to play devil's advocate again. There's still a lot of myths surrounding cryptocurrency. Some say it's for money laundering, it's for all kinds of sinister stuff. What's your take on that?
Okay, so before I come to money laundering, talking of myth, let me address some I personally know. I heard Bitcoin was 666, and I heard it just 3 days ago. Wow. All my life I have never heard about. I've been in crypto for more than 5 years, and I've never heard about it. Just 3 days ago, I heard Bitcoin was 666 because the Bible spoke about a time coming when everybody will be using one currency, and Bitcoin offers opportunity for us all to use one currency. So it was a 666. I ignored that myth. So The biggest myth around Bitcoin, for me, is not even money laundering. It is with Bitcoin being a scam. Somewhere around 2016, 2017, 2018, so many people try to invest on the internet, and they were promised high return rate, and unfortunately most of these people said they were going to invest in Bitcoin, or they use Bitcoin as means of payment for the investment. If I am doing an investment and you want to invest and I tell you to send Bitcoin to me, it doesn't mean you are investing in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the only means of payment. It is just like you remitting money through Western Union to somebody in US for investment, and later you come back and say Western Union is a scam. You get it? So that myth is one that exists. And coming back to your money laundering one, I think regardless of how human beings set up systems, people will misuse infrastructures. People will misuse the good things that are to happen to us. I'll come back to mobile money. Mobile money is an awesome technology, an awesome service, but still people are trying to scam people around it, and they are using it for bad purposes. Regardless, Bitcoin makes money laundering activities easy, but it is up to authorities to speed up the game and then regulate the currency. Then money laundering, to some extent, will be minimal. We cannot completely take away money laundering, because without Bitcoin, there was money laundering. So to me, money laundering is something that is ancient. It is not about Bitcoin. It is not about fiat. It is not about anything. It is about authorities making sure that infrastructures are in place to make sure that money laundering is something they can control. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll just take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Yeah, so I've been speaking with Benjamin Anderson, and he's a tech developer who is into cryptocurrency, which is a digital trading platform. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
Welcome back from that break. If you just joined us, I've been speaking with a tech developer, Benjamin Anderson, and he's the owner of the My BitStore app, which is a crypto trading platform. Benjamin, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was quite a very interesting conversation. Yes. Now, I want to move to security of the app. I'm sure you already know, from your point of view, apps have to take people's data and information. How secure is the information that is going onto the trading platform?
Okay, thank you. Talking about security, there's a general rule you have to conform to. That is a CIA triad. By CIA, we mean confidentiality, and we are looking at accessibility, and we are also looking at availability. Yeah. So in the CIA, confidentiality simply means, like you said, data. As an organization, we have to put in measures, compliance measures, to ensure that we protect users' data. Okay. So user data don't end up anywhere not intended to be. So that is how we are protecting people's data. And then about availability, we're also looking at a situation where, you know, as a user, you must be able to carry out your activities on the app without little issues, bugs and all that is availability. If I want to come and then withdraw $100, I must read the app. Yes, so we as an organization, we also have measures in place for all these things to make the app very stable and working all the time. Yes, and coming back to security, as a user, you have to also protect your cell phone. attacks and all that. And the app offers you the opportunity to set your 2FAs, to set a PIN when you want to log on to the app, change your password, and do so much more. So as a user, you have your security issues to deal with. As an organization, we also have our security issue. But the core of all this is compliance. Compliance to data, compliance to our security measures, security tools in place. We have to always make sure that things are right. Yes.
That's very well. You explained that very thoroughly. Now, we've been talking a lot about crypto. We want to see how the app in itself works. So how the buying and selling is going to work. So you just take it away and just take us through the salient steps of how it works.
Okay, sure. I'm going to do that with you now.
Okay.
So now we are going to show you how to sell crypto.
Okay.
So when you come to the app, this is a typical example of what you'll be seeing. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
So when you come, this is how to sell Bitcoin. First of all, you have to deposit the Bitcoin into your wallet. You click on the marketplace. There's a sell button here. You click on the sell button, and then you choose among the cryptocurrency, whether Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever you want to sell. You choose your currency, and then the payment method in which you want to transact. You can see available offers here. Then among the available offers, you choose the best one you want to trade on. You can buy your own amount out of the available offer or buy the seller's amount. From there, a chat interface opens for you to negotiate trade terms with the seller as a buyer. Yes. And we safely escrow your Bitcoin, and then once a payment is done by the buyer, you, the seller, have to go and then acknowledge receipt of payment and then release the Bitcoin from escrow into the buyer's address. At that point, the transaction ends, and then the two parties can then come in and then rate each other, and then that is that for the sell aspect.
Okay, thank you. So what's the next step again?
The next step is how to buy. Okay. What we did is how to sell. Okay. So we take your Bitcoin into escrow. The next step is how to buy. Okay, so if you want to buy Bitcoin, first thing you want to do is come here, come on the app, log into the app. Yes.
Okay.
Log into the app, you go, first thing you see marketplace, you click on the buy, you select Bitcoin. Among the cryptocurrency, there are over 250 payment methods. You select which one fits your needs most.
Sorry, can you use mobile money?
Yes, you can use mobile money. Mobile money is one of the payment methods listed here. Gift cards, mobile money, all those. So you enter your buying amount, you search for offers, you click on the offer that best suits your payment method, your amount. A chat interface opens for the buyer and then the seller. The seller Bitcoin is then taken into escrow. The buyer then pays to the seller. Clicks on I have paid button. There's a I have paid button. There's a I have paid button. There's a cancel button.
Okay.
There's release Bitcoin button. There's raise dispute button.
So you can end if you feel like.
Okay, sure. Okay. Yes, you can cancel the transaction if you want to. Okay. Yes, and the dispute button also resolves trade discrepancies, or issues that arises during the trade. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So what's the next step you're going to take us through?
The next step is how to receive Bitcoin.
Okay.
If you want to receive Bitcoin, what you do is you come on my BizTech app, you go to the wallet. Yeah, at wallet, you click on receive.
Okay.
At receive, you copy your address,
okay,
and then send to the person who wants to send you Bitcoin, or you can also get the scan code and then send to the person who sends you Bitcoin. Once the Bitcoin is received, your balance is shown.
Wow.
Yes.
So you're taking us through three, right?
Yes. How to buy, how to sell, and how to receive. And I'm going to show you how to send.
Okay.
If you want to send Bitcoin, you go the same place. You go to the wallet. At wallet, you see send. You copy your address and then paste at the address area, or you scan the address you want to send to. You enter your amount, and then we show you the network fee, and then you click on withdraw funds, and then you are done.
So easy like that.
So easy like that.
All right. Is there a final step?
For now, the only thing left for us to discuss is how to convert the Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yes,
right.
Bitcoin to mobile money, Bitcoin to other cryptocurrencies.
So can you take us through that?
Yes, I will take you through.
Right. So just take us
so
through.
If you want to convert, at the same place, you go to wallet, you will see a convert feature there. If you go to convert, you will see among the list Bitcoin, mobile money, and then the other cryptocurrencies. You select Bitcoin, you maybe want to convert to mobile money, you select mobile money, and then you enter your amount, then you click on the convert, instantly it is converted into mobile money. That's it.
And you have your money.
You have your money, mobile money on your app. Exactly.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. So Benjamin, thank you very much. Finally, I know you've been running for some time now. Where do you want to see this business go to?
Cryptos are borderless, so my base store is borderless.
Okay.
Our ambition is to make sure that in Africa, my base store becomes #1 trading platform for cryptos. And even beyond Africa, we want to be seen as a strong crypto trading company. That is the ambition, yes.
Okay. All right. Benjamin, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there you have it. I've been speaking with Benjamin Anderson, and he's a tech developer and the chief executive officer of the MyBitStore app, which is a crypto trading platform. And we've been talking about digital currencies and how effective you can use this. This has been this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholumega.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that report. Now, Jefferson Senyaja is on standby with Tech Bits.
Hello there, my name is Jefferson Senyaja from Lowdown Music. This week on Tech Bits, I want us to continue from where we left off, which is another alternative for Pixabay. Last week we learned about Pixabay, an online platform for finding free outsourced images for our presentations and projects. Now I wanted to find another alternative which is much bigger and has a wider range of images. Well, this website is called Unsplash. Just like Pixabay, Unsplash is a free online catalog for finding your best images for your projects and presentations. We'll just dive right into it and see what Unsplash is all about. Follow me. So Unsplash is quite a famous stock image website for those of you that already know it, but for those of you that don't, it's very easy. Just Unsplash is spelled UNSPLASH, Unsplash. Once you come, it's got over 1 million free images that you can find. Whole lot of it. So we just go to unsplash.com, which is the first thing that pops up on Google, and right from there it tells you that the internet source for free usable images, powered by creators all over the world, as always. So from there, there's so much content you can find. There's so much you can find. So let's just say you're looking for office, business, Africa, to find at least something that will give you that type of feel. Well, these images are not the best for office things, but you get, and I feel Pixabay does a better job in terms of type of demographic, but Unsplash gives you even a wider range, and not just Africa setting, but it gives you a wider range of things depending on what you're looking for. So there are always keywords, there are always backgrounds. For those of you that want even something really authentic, great backgrounds for your presentations, you can do a map for your presentation. Whatever that you feel will best represent your project, I would highly recommend Unsplash for you. And for those of you that want to download higher resolutions of the same free image, all you have to do is sign up, and as usual you can log in with your Facebook, or just sign up straight with your email address and you should be good. Unsplash is a great tool that I would recommend for everyone. And if you really don't know what you're looking for, just hit the explore button and see what is out there, and it gives you a clue. This is something that Pixabay doesn't really give you an enough better off, but this Unsplash has a better brand representation. Some are sponsored, by the way, but some are free out there for you to actually have a few and use for your next presentation. So that's it for this week. We now have another great tool to use for our next presentation. I think Pixabay is a great alternative, so is Unsplash. Now we have enough tools to make sure our next presentation is not boring again. So that's it for this week. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Up next is Biz Headlines. So our very first story, Ghana since 2016 has been controlling an average of 3% of global exports in the unsweetened cocoa powder trade. Data from the Ghana Export Promotion Center, data from the Ghana Export Promotion Authority has revealed. The authority noted that Ghana's global market share of the commodity has been fluctuating, recording 3.59% in 2016, 2.85% in 2017, and 3.48% in 2018, and is currently declining to 3.14%. The country's export of cocoa powder had reached an estimated export value of $72 million by 2019-2020. The inconsistent market share, however, contradicts Ghana's gains in the cocoa beans production, which currently stands at 20% globally, with Ivory Coast controlling 40%. In effect, more emphasis must be placed on the need to process cocoa into more value-added products for foreign exchange. The top 3 importers of unsweetened cocoa powder from Ghana over the last 4 years include the Netherlands, United States of America, and China in that order. Due to the general high quality of country's cocoa, low levels of bean defects resulting in favorable flavor, low levels of debris, and others, Ghana's cocoa exports currently represent an average of about 3% of global markets for unsweetened cocoa powder. Tourism Minister Dr. Mohamed Awal has disclosed that his outfit will, by the close of the week, commence the disbursement of 55 million grants received from the World Bank to persons in the hospitality industry. He noted that his team have done the due diligence after hoteliers and other businesses applied for the money 2 months ago. Dr. Mohamed Awal looks forward to seeing businesses bounce back to normal after the shocks from the global pandemic. The tourism minister said, in the last 2 months, people have applied, thousands of them. So the team has gone through the processes, sieved them, and beginning Thursday or Friday this week, we will start disbursing the money according to the procedure. Hopefully, this will not only help people to come back from the COVID-19 pandemic, but will also make sure that they strengthen their SMEs, improve their governance, and improve their sites. Some persons or some members of the Ghana Union of Traders Association have on Monday, September 20th, locked up some shops belonging to foreign retail traders. They also hit the streets to register their displeasure about the influx of foreigners in the retail space in the New Joabin South municipality. According to reports, the Ghanaian traders, after demonstrating, embarked on the lock-up exercise. Some of the Ghanaian traders wielded placards which had several inscriptions on them. Among others were, police must prevent illegal trading, foreigners are prohibited from retailing our market, obey Act 865, Section 27A now. A modern meter management system which will integrate the ECG smart prepaid metering platforms and enhance customer experience has been formally inaugurated in Accra. This, a statement from the authority, said it will cost a total of 15,892,000 $800 with MIDA, the accountable entity for the Ghana Power Compact, contributing an amount of $11,189,901. The system is expected to enable the Electricity Company of Ghana to reduce non-technical losses and improve on revenue collection. The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Jinapor, has said government is set to launch a national alternative livelihood program for illegal miners in the country. Mr. Jinapor said this program, when launched, will provide a good option for miners to work and support themselves and their families. He disclosed this during a meeting with the Western North Regional House of Chiefs on Wednesday on the sidelines of his one-day tour of the region. The minister used the platform to thank and support the chiefs and said they are co-partners in the administration of Ghana's lands and its resources. Former Finance Minister Seth Terkper has urged government to use part of the special drawing writings money from the International Monetary Fund to pay off the zero-coupon sovereign bond it issued earlier on this year, as waiting for it to mature will be more expensive to the state. The IMF last month made resources equivalent to $1 billion available to Ghana in the form of a special drawing right allocation to shore up government revenue, which has significantly been affected due to the impact of the pandemic. But before this resource became available, government in April issued $3 billion bond, which $525 million was classified as zero coupon at an issue price of 78%. The terms of a zero coupon bond do not oblige the issuer to make periodic interest payments over its tenor like a coupon bond, but rather at the end of the bond's tenor. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has said at the 76th session of the UN General Assembly on Wednesday that although Ghana has made efforts to deal with effects of the COVID-19, the country is not yet there. He told his colleague head of states that the oil-producing West African country is still making progress at ensuring a full economic recovery from the effects of the pandemic. He said, "We are not there yet. We are making considerable progress." The president further said the government is aiming at meeting its targets of vaccinating 20 million people by the end of the year. He said, "Our efforts and vaccination has been commended, but we are still hoping that we will vaccinate 20 million people by the end of the year. He furthered that Africa seems mercifully to escape the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's all for today. Thanks for watching. But before you go, do log on to www.GhanaWeb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb, on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.
want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
It has been a week filled with discussions centered on who really a legend is. Kumawood actor Lowdown does not want to be compared to YouTube sensation Dr. Likey. Musician Kofi Kenata also does not want to be described as a legend. So who really is a legend? Today, my guest and I will discuss this into details on Bloggers Forum. My name is Benis Owusua Oparijan, and I'm sitting in for your favorite, Benefo Waben Abrantipa. We'll be right back. It's another beautiful week, and Amma Brony has enough for us on Nkomo. Let's go to her for tidbits.
Na what we are saying so baby on me address and communi be twegu. Nya wanti ase na ye wadwi mu na nkyeremu na Amma Brony ma be de na no nsem aba. Nkomo e koso entertainment industry e na me de ba be sumu. So ye ntwa ye hu sisi a na ye fa nkomo no embetudwa. One comedy can a Kumawood actor, I when Kojo's cancel when I na making. Or they send me a bit to Johnny, a Zion Felix here interview, so a legend. I when they were entertaining more. Was there any and say no see, dear can media, the astro semi local movies. You say, Ojimu kind pa. Now, some of the better just saw a legend as a confunction and tears, and nobody can quote him quada. I send me the two Dr. Likey, I a ras nene, I and a YouTube, videos, viral videos, nyade. What first one says what chema say there are no na what is one kasa. Now semi na we Zion Felix bisa questions in the question ka no also. Na we Dr. Like is saying. And I live say na mo no a whole legend movie star wa bebe just for so many years. I didn't have some person more than a year like the example your YouTube star. I say eh na when asembe na wo kan asan homa so bi ni bibi ase father was like asan so fa ni nyehwe like ya bon homo there is time nti akoma man shine nsem de bebe ya kasa ya double crack so Lowdown like any time any don't mean kasa e be YouTube star na be ye movie star munyina mo ye pe nhwa ba ko joni so na Lowdown de mo ntem sha da anye papa o chema Lowdown jai sa asem no kan no jai tie na obi a wa support Lowdown statement you make Salinko chema asem na Lowdown aka Lowdown dey also abone brand like that say be a YouTube star nti mo sad na Ghana fire mo ye say be obi mo wo honom na say be say yanyum to new say movie twafo ni bia young person but na fe mo do compare old one say won bob bra bia o say na mo dey say akode Ronaldo rapper mo say other rappers na mo ba no mo ye better sense akode nti o chema Lowdown we penny dues nti mo fa respect na ma no one simple phone, some work I titi na ne hu nsem bia bebeto dwa hu se o chirema na nkontumi ntua ne rent ne ade amafo ye ne mboa vice president ne ade nkofo aboa no na ne aba ne se Lowdown ya ye kan ho asem ne medical de nkomo be chi so ye legend ni o chirema se ne aya krom ha se bon se mpemfo no actors no umbo se na fe de want to be mu ase won ho akere won ne ade anka be ye anka ban from 60 years and above one brand entertainment anka muntua wonka nsem de nkofo bre achemu na ye titi nsem ya na dike bi na de ko tum chemu a ye titi scanner wode ama hwe na nkodi o we enye wunye ska wenu masemu but mode na invest because de be san so na ka so ho acherewa ye rentie wonti say ye so bolo business bi na be ya na say watch business bi a na wakakoye na nsem de nkofo bre achewa de binim say obi a wabone brasem na asem atone wo say yare de wonim ne yare be ye wo obi wa na wabone bro we ska be bat yare betumi aka na na de ne hu nya manyina wa lusin titi so de nsem abeche o che nsem o ken kofo che one na ko keka semtia na wabo wondua me de me che de anim but who pay titi video na de reply mama ka say na den de o sresra de na na wa say yaduabo na say na adwekeke e na waka kire mu na watwe ya na we some list bi bedrop Apple Music wo hwe ma top 20 songs a amanfo tie ma for jamming top 20 na Ghana food say yenwum enka wo other countries Nigeria South Africa omu na mo list na asemi be na wo say Ghana food dey mo ka promote your own sasa mo okrom ha mo ntie ye Ghana food nyum to food nyum be na mo pe ya zone to say ya dance or say ya high life gospel crowd na wo yama sada na mo ntie ya nkasa yenwum na say ni beto dwa na D Black D Black nso de na no atomo chema Ghana food mo consume mu nyum ada na mo yesa de bia mo kase mo promote mo ntie mo den so asem na wo ka no mo dance na asem di anka D Black na anka kire na adwen na eja kojo Sheldon YouTuber kojo Sheldon so esom say D Black men kasa asem no ka na yenti munyina mo kan wo na ade ne na ma focus to chema D Black wo ba clap na je afonyum na mo bo nti ade na ase bia asem na wo ka na wo kasa ti ase bia Ghana fo na ye support yen artist na asem ya so wa D Black hu say ye kojo Sheldon ka no ho asem no say young boy tina nchen na po di anka wusa kojo Sheldon meti say ya wo ka nkofo hu nsem sa ade na o se fa asem ne de mba ne so nti wo pese po uko bi ho asema enyo de o say young boy pe be bitina no sasem na aka ne de ona wonya adwen won se fufum no eye kofi kenata so de nsem abetujo twema mamo nka se oye legend ono de sesi na wo start there are greater things ahead nti sa legend na muka no kofu twema ye ba songwriter nyum to me Ghana ha say one watch se to me hye nyum wutie nyum se nyum nya abawom sa nyum na nyansa wom enye chen yidi ni bio wo se wo de ba kofi kenata na se na aya kofu bona ba so na kofi achema wo de wate we fans ni de ope all right but on do sa legend status na se na le when say oye legend no eno de on na wa che na adwen but kofi kenata se opamocho on do sa status nti mon ka so oye legend Ghana wake up I saw to say me no say yenua bia really share na ka say o chema kom ha say artist we bring kan me ko fo tro nyoma wo songwriters na so no eye wendi share so the nyom betu dwa say kre na ma foke kan ghost writer bullets na trauma no say na say o say na den ono obo no homodin eye ni nyom hit ni etwagu yan ko fo chema eye wendi share o shedi eye na ba na mo ase wa me here abna kokko na eye jomboedu yes wa boni pedu wonti nwom ne ya ye hit na wakope na watie mu nsem say ya mpa so shedi wo yende ye hyede nim na nsem yi ode nwom yi beto dwa na eye music producer Hama ni comment bi ko make so nwom yi de bullets na choma na enye wendi shede ene nkwafa na wakasa bullets na choma na wendi se enye sa na eti ode nsem ya beto dwa na wa cheche na adwan ama Ghana fo na nsem yi beka eye Hama nsem no so wendi opa chopa we any little sister so onim sa obon homode ba nsem no ka se bullets na choma no wa adwen hwen se wanka ne yenti wendi Hama se fa ne boniche yakuma wood movie producer bia wo friend ye Frank Fifi Gabin and sembe to just say de no ho mfa no kosira wontumi mpo na nte wo yare abo no na nsem de esem bebre na edidi echi na ono ankasa na anu tomoche ma yare ne se na odi na ni to fem mohwe ne ma na aye se obi na edi edru na eje na o se dudu ibi na me se amanfo de eje na se de webubu wontumi hye da anya edwuma na nsem iba na o se o ase kwam ha se aya movie producers ma mu twa sinin enyum to fokwanpo ka ho ase se mu ho chima mu ncha da nya mwa bia sa ni se na ekoi na eyi na nkofo keka na wosu na say movie industry muso mu woku amodom tisa ka say wunwe ye movie producer ne ho ache mpasa ka ba this na ka maye ne mboa na say me kwa na ye 5 pack fu PR o tibe che ma o say if you know shede ntua ni dues na de ntia wo so betumi aye ne mboa mo akoye ne mboa di candidate but aya say muso mu ntua dues say mo ho chirewa e be na wo so yi kakra na mo de aboa mo The cement industry ni mu aye dekeke. Se na we twetwem na be ka me be chew say yes Samini o call Twitter na eja. O de nsem bi tutu ma yi Shatawale. O chema Shatawale ye fake ni ade. O sorry I say big man. No yo yes boss. Na one man favor no one man scan. O chema Shatawale. Oni ske bia so sorry onu no se. Onu no se onu no Samini no. Oni scan so hwema o Shatawo na wo bre. Na nsem ye kɔ ne ye say na Shatawale o be jai ma ye Samini nsem ye wa kan ho asem ko manfo chema we de na Shatawale nka Samini ho asem nim se wo se de bia Shatawale ne ko pento kwa. But we dey na ko asemi ko wan boss Samini di wo na Samini eja or reply na ye be say ye Shatawale be kasa Shatawale akasa o chema ono no Shatawale so wo ho ye so wo yi say yes Samini on to me afford a $55,000 Rolex watch e bona ono no Satan on to me ban on be reply because on any classmates on the sika phone e dele it is Samini say one chiri wana o say wasan so ati say o say wa there ni say o to me release hit song o be release 6 songs in a day o say what but on fa nya adwuma Shatawale nso so chema ayan kofo keka ne ho asem na den ati say on bo ne ho mode o sorry an to kwankwan no ko say yes anati o ono no chain e da ne kom ai chain keke da ne kom e betumi atofi I mean say fi na wotim na Shatawale kan wasem de and they mean to me na asem no de be bia ba betudwa na twa to kwa mpo you say video bi obeye o say state of the entertainment media in Ghana. Ochema mo sorry am say na sorry he has attacked this, he's attacked that. Attack na mo use on peti. Cause mo wo krom ha so obi be kana mo nka hwio na so no kwa kape na fe ni mo ka so Shatawale wo mbo ho modern wo ye violent wo ye den do so no onye violent o onye violent say obe che na adwenya ko ka so ye violent asem de mu njai kan no njai ti na mo fa me fa we ntwa to wo Shatawale nsem Shata no do nsem bia betu do Ochema ye SM fan family for life is for life say dia adubro ma mo nko na mo nko ye ya wo ye stone boy ne sa kodiem de bi sa mu njai won say wo bi koso wo ye bim nation na ye sack native one time when Shatawale fans de Ochema so we na kwaka Shata ho asem pene ne SM fans no wa ba no be ya won na wa kaka wa adwenchew Shata sisi de bi sa ya won ne sa nyamanyama ni mu ntwato na mafo SM fans so mo ti no say Shata wo de wa kan ya ate na so SM for life is for life. Once pupum na ye Jackson ye comedy actress. One say young actress or start on ye ma mess one ni ade. They wo ma ye woman you say ya Jackson see they was switch obonyom ni ade. Na Jackson ni say obonyom ni ade ka ye support afi dey say ya nsem no keka say word play ni ade. And na ntari shema so yi ni ho kakra ye be ho an say ya Jackson na tattoo na sumu say wa pierce ni ade. Na ye na ni bad dey say me abetu jo Ochema oni nwa ni say sa evil lifestyle na no living. Say the person repent because as say wa afemu ni ade ono ankasa ne ni de nje ni amana ekwo na asem ye Jackson Kenya media betu ndibire nim say ya mpa na se kwose ya antie fie ya Jackson ano say ya mpa say yi ehwe papa ni hit song yi se ni nyomu a wo de say mu ntia down ni menya adwa wo de pie ya Jackson nyomu bi netie na wo be hu words ni ade akola keto an say we so but ya Jackson chirema she's here to live the life so ye kakrom ha say movies are old movies ejedi mpa of the ehwe de kan ho asem pa de ne ye Diabolo na onipa no play role no say Diabolo na owo bi ni ade say won kai amekai wo onipa no play we friend ye Boss Smith Jr. Ochema say na me bounce ni na echi ko na nkopon ye na dum no coach sister bi na de ode pass em YouTube nanim no Ochema sanka sister ne pa hwe sa Diabolo ni bia na konje di sanka be accept ni proposal cause onu no si sister na nka onim so no ye Diabolo man na nka sanka Ochema some movie role no play the that down na nkofo say obeda no wo no manfo so movie role say then only power play movie after their real life so Daniel war I don't know your war now what you dey so all be hu say common dey na endorse o ma wo say wo ye legend o mo say ma won friend one legend ni nyina ye dey aba Shatawale nsu sem so won say wa reply Samini ye dey ni di achi that say na ko be because entertainment industry bi ama boni be da be som say dey eye be ni so wusu am so parijan wono abegya fun som na mo ntu asoman.
Welcome back and thank you Amma Bruni for this week's. On Bloggers Forum today, I have Kofi Zeda, the one who is always flipping granuts in the air on Facebook. Welcome Zeda.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I also have Ekia Tilinipa. She's a presenter on One Play Africa. If you recently watched the Sarkodia interview, she's the face behind that particular interview.
Oh, nice.
Welcome.
It feels good.
Bribery and corruption. only them, they gave them an interview. They didn't give the rest of us.
Oh.
We are monitoring.
Maybe give us your trick. Then I wouldn't Sarkodia on the show.
I don't know. He requested it.
Sarkodia requested?
Yeah, on Instagram live video.
Wow. that he wanted to speak to One Play Africa?
Just tell them you've been supporting him always, so he had to return the favor.
Really?
Of course.
Is that how you understood the whole conversation?
But you got Momo as well, right?
For who?
Who else?
Please, who?
Sarkodie.
Oh, wow. I'm honored. I'm honored. Thank you.
Okay, so before we talk about it a bit, Cheesy Pizza is the proud sponsor of Bloggers Forum, and Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have a great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also, remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. Mami started with IKEA.
Yeah.
So, what are you? Which of the stories are you picking?
Okay, so I think I'll pick on Inshabe's Kojo message to Lewin.
Okay.
Yeah, where he's saying that he should admit that his time has passed and all that. I think it's a childish talk, because then you are also, if not, I mean, in Ghana we say former artist. I don't know if somebody's talent disappear at a certain age, but you are also in the art. Our main problem as Ghanaians has been the fact that we want to always retire people who are in the space. We are quick to do that, which is why when people do it to them, then they are pained. Why do you tell another person who is in their craft that your time has passed? How does Stephen Wonder, is he still not alive doing his things, or he's dead? Even if he's dead, his works. So how is it that an artist, because of emotionalism, can say that another person's craft has passed? How did they pass? That is what we've been doing to our veteran artists, for them to, you know, become so like impoverished or whatever they are at the end of the day. Because you can't tell somebody in their craft that your time has passed. In Ghana, we like pull him down so much that we would rather say your time has passed, and so let's box you aside, rather than trying to merge the old and the new together. So for an artist to tell somebody in their craft that your time has passed, who is serious, basically.
Zeda.
Okay, so I would want to pick on D Black's, the tweet that he made, artist management is a thankless job. So, well, he's right at the point though, but artist management, what does it involve? It involves finances, it involves the talent of the artist as well. It involves the content that artist is bringing. Good. Now, when you are doing artist management, it is a 50-50. It will go good or it will go bad. So yeah, just as you were saying, if it goes good, they would mention the artist's name. If it will go bad, they will mention, oh, the label are not doing well. So in the end, it will be like a trash at him. It was because of what Koji Sheldon was talking about, that what is the 3 steps that he's been able to do to impact the industry. One way or the other, I can remember Joey B. I can remember D-Money. Currently, I can remember Sefa. These are 3 people that were through Black Avenue Music. But quite unfortunately, you know, things haven't been so good and all that. D Black Nangasana and some more auditor, but let's not go to that direction. He's done his part for the industry. I've heard a few complaints about having connects and not giving it to other people. You can be such a bad person, you want to be greedy and all that, but just as he was doing his works with Black Avenue Music, he's done a good job. He's done so much for the industry and all that, but he should understand, he's not the only one facing such a problem. If I'll give another example, Kiddy. When Kiddy is in the trends now, but how many people are mentioning Richie's name? How many people are mentioning Albert's name? Albert is Richie's brother. They are always on the road running affairs. So he should understand that, if things starts going good, it is the artist that is going to gain it. But one way or the other, too, you are gaining your revenues on the side. But you are not telling us that you are making money on the side. So you should just chill and just relax like that now.
So you are an artist manager and a publicist, and you really know the industry very much.
Yeah.
So do you support a statement that it is a thankless.
Who writes the rules? You meet your artist. If your artist is able to tell you thank you, that is all. Because you are working for the artist. You are not working for the whole Ghanaian music industry. You decided to invest your money, your time and everything into the artist. So who is supposed to thank you? It is the artist, unless the artist is being ungrateful. And you can't tell me the people who have passed through your hands have been ungrateful, because I can see Joey B, the vibe is always there. I can see Sefa, the vibe is always there. Even those who left his label, I can see there's a vibe there. So I don't know which kind of maybe we should build him a statue. Yeah, maybe he wants a statue at Onyx. We'll just do an unveiling that, oh, D Black, these are the artists that came through you, so please. But per what I know, per the stuff I've seen Sefa do, I know she's always thankful to him for the stuff that he's been doing for her and continuously is doing. So you shouldn't worry. At the right time, maybe if he wants the legendary status, we'll just give it to him then. That would be the thank you as well.
Ikia. Yes, I think I'll pick Lewin saying that veteran actors must be paid by the government. Oh my God, Ghana.
Do you disagree?
Heavily. You see, I feel like entertainment industry, the creatives, unfortunately, want to wallow in ignorance. Basically, it's
ignorance.
Yes, they want to wallow in it. They don't want to learn, because I mean, I am privy to certain space conversations that artists of certain caliber are saying certain things, and I'm like, oh my God, it's not possible. I'm very young in the industry, and I even know staff and artists who has had hit upon hits, doesn't know, and I'm like, you don't want to learn. Basically, that's it. Like, it is as simple as ABC. How can Lewin say that the government, Ghana, your problems, and so enough? No, I don't get it.
They've contributed their quota
to who?
By entertaining the public, you know, to release tension.
Which is why, you see, the industry, clearly, we prefer money now, let's eat now, than the structure that's supposed to regulate the system that will give us the money we need, and probably for our young children or generation to come and also enjoy from our hard work. How do you say the government should feed the veterans? So what? We are never going to fix the structures? How about you saying that there should be a way where the residual pay or allowance that actors get from paybacks from old movies, like some Adetefio's videos that he has done that they are showing by the fireside, that some people are still showing GTV, I'm sure they show that clip, that they are showing, they are supposed to be getting residual pay, which can last them a bit. How do you say that the government should not fix this system that will rotate for everybody to feed, but to let the person get old, and if by God's grace they are alive, the government should pay them? Oh yeah, go ahead then.
Zeda, do you think so?
You should ask yourself, just look at the industry that we are in. Do they even pay taxes? Do they really declare income tax? Do they even? So you've worked, you were gaining all your monies on your own. Now the money is finished. At the age of 60, you want the government to. So what about the people who are doing the government work, the civil servants too as well, who are struggling hard, those who are the parliamentarians, the MPs, even those in the police service, the prison service and all that? What were they doing for the country? What you were doing, you were just acting 1 week, 2 weeks, you had done. But the police, the military and all that, they are on the road every day. So who needs that benefit more than them? Sometimes they when you talk, they will say because you have the platform, you are trying to hate them or you are envying them or something. But there are people who need more support than what you are doing. No? There are people who are doing stuff for the country out of free will and all that. The police put themselves at risk every day. But what is their pay? The military, even those in the doctors, the health services, look at the stuff that we need. We've not even spoken enough about those stuffs, because you use them quite 1 or 2 be comedian be, and please, I'm a comedian myself. I can entertain myself.
So just 2 minutes. what other story do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the Wendy Shea story.
Okay.
Whereby she's talking about, there was a tweet, almost every female artist in Ghana has a songwriter, but nobody really cares who writes for them. But anytime Wendy Shea drops a hit song, they want to credit everything to the so-called songwriter. So-called, that's an insult. You don't even respect the person who wrote the song for you to tag the person. Even if you added your bit to it, you don't, in as much as people are hating on you, there are certain things you don't give yourself out like that. The songwriting is a skill. Songwriting is a whole business in its own. Even if you coughed and you were in the studio and it gave an inspiration, you are giving credit for it. Even if you wrote the whole verse and somebody just came and said, let's do a rearrangement this way, you are giving credit as a songwriter. So she should understand that in this business, people will criticize you, but don't end up disrespecting the person who also helped you write the song. Because with the whole statement, you know, it's quite unfortunate, looking like you're a little bit ignorant about the duty of a songwriter. For you to say a so-called,
maybe she feels she's not been acknowledged for her efforts. She's been putting in enough to write her own songs.
To say a so-called, whoever was there, even a producer can be a songwriter.
Yeah.
He can be given a credit, because one way, when they are listening to your composition, they'll be like, oh, you need to change it this way and that way. So, fine. The criticisms here, when the show will face it, and strongly, she's standing in it. She's been able to last very long, and she's still going to be in the industry for long. So she should understand that it would always come, but sometimes the emotions will get over you, because you are putting in the hard work and people are not seeing your efforts. It's really painful. So sometimes you might say certain things, but one way or the other, she puts in effort. She puts in effort, because I know this all for you. Because that time I was working with her, I saw the effort in that song. At least I was able to see that. So yeah, I understand the purpose, the problem whereby people are not really acknowledging her to be a good songwriter and all that. Because there's this song to Mama. There's this song she released, Mama. Yeah, it was a kind of Mother's Day song. She wrote part of the song, but it's not something that she's been talking about a lot. So I feel she should rather more often also talk about it, like the songs. Because if you check her first album, The Shea on You, yeah, she had credit on the songs that she wrote as well. So if she could also project it out more, people won't come bashing her that somebody wrote the song and all that. It's not always Bullet who can write all the songs for her.
Okay, we will go for a quick break, and then when we come back, we will talk about who really a legend is. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back to Bloggers Forum, and before we go on, we want to discuss who really a legend is in the entertainment industry. But let me read the story. It's on GhanaWeb.com, so you can find it there. Never compare Dr. Likey to me. I'm a legendary, Lowin. That's what Lowin is saying. It is no doubt that Rasnene has taken over social media with his comic skits, which have earned him praises from some individuals. To many, he held the movie industry down when it was in shambles, but it appears Lowin thinks otherwise. According to the Kumawood actor, Kojon Kansa Lowin, Ghanaians should stop comparing him to Rasnene because they are not of the same level when it comes to achievements. He made mention this in an interview with Zion Felix. Let me see what he wrote. There is a difference between a movie star and a YouTube star. It is impossible to cross boundaries. For instance, I will continue to be a star until I die. My record is unbeatable. I have set a very high standard, and that will be difficult to break. I have over 2,000 movies to my credit. Don't challenge a legend? Zeda.
Well,
the comparison is now between a YouTube star and then.
It's Dr. Likey is not a YouTube star, quite unfortunately. He's been in the Kumewood movie industry, but most of the roles he was playing, he was either playing a gangster or a criminal or a drug addict in the bush in some. You don't watch Kumewood there?
I watch.
Even the name Rasnene.
Rasnene.
No, so established.
I watch in buses.
So he's been there for a long while now, but God being so good, it was through these skits that was able to. And at that time, the hair was bushy. If you look at his old pictures, he didn't have the sakura. It was the rasta that he had, and he was able to change, and he's doing these skits and all that. I don't want to sound like, quote unquote, a hater of Rasnene, but his skits are too long. His skits are too long. So if you want to do a comparison between Likey and Lil Wayne, I'm like, yeah, just work. Because when you watch a Lil Wayne movie, every scene is funny. Even when he's serious, he's funny. If you want to write down the number of movies he's done, it's uncountable. You get me? Somebody trending now, okay, doesn't make the person a legend. At all, at all, at all. You are trending. It is your time. Enjoy it. But if we put the movies down, let's line them up. What are the movies you've done? How long have you been doing the movies? Let's look at the whole stretch. This whole Kumewood's time. I can say at least, if I'm even wrong, at least, I know Lil Wayne has done movies close to 5 years or even 10.
Yeah.
Dr. Likey was just playing minor roles and all that. You get me? So it is not because currently he's gaining all the attraction and all that, so you're going to do the Lil Wayne comparison. Fine, if maybe it's a hyper, if it's a hype to bring Kumewood back, we are in this business. We understand the traits of it, you see, But I'm even surprised there's this friction between them because there's this video from Medical, Accra. Likey was making a call to Lil Wayne on his set in the bush somewhere. So I was trying to understand, where from those whole fight. So if they are trying to do some whole trendy and all that just to get us talking so as they will drop something, yeah, fair enough. But Lil Wayne and Likey is like a wrong comparison totally. Because the comedy aspect alone, Lil Wayne can even be a stand-up comedian and Dr. Likey won't even fit. You get me? Lil Wayne is way ahead of him. But maybe I feel Ahomaswaka crack. And Lil Wayne wants Likey to humble himself, no man rules and Likey to doesn't want to.
Likey is established though.
Likey is not established.
His name, Rasnene, is already established.
Comedy skits, YouTube and ambition. You won't watching VVIP bus. You won't watch it. If you are popular, let's put you in VVIP bus. It is going that crap.
In the movies, he is known as Rasnene.
Rasnene. The movies are here. How many series now been your pen drive? Movies are in your pen drive, so special VVIP bus.
Really?
Please. Oh, please. You've not been to Kumasi more than me. Me, Kumasi, my born a triangle, Kumasi Akrata Krade. Me Chinsa. So your movies are not in the VVIP bus. Even the Sprinter. The tools, oh no, your movies are not in there. It's only we who are on the internet who are watching the comedy skits on them. And even the skits, there's always this comment, you just see only maybe 15 seconds, 20 seconds. You don't see the full part of it. But when you sit down and watch a Lil Wayne movie, you see that there's an actor, Onimejumano, like Jimmy and the war, so he should calm down. This is his time. He should enjoy it. At least with me, I could Dubai crab. Bompire, Uncle America, maybe Uncle UK, Uncle Europe, Uncle Chinchin Kakra. But on Yabotre, Lil Wayne is well established. Lil Wayne doesn't even use script. Oh my God. He doesn't even use. I've been on the set countless number of times. I was like, how are they able to know that Wayne? Because they only be like, Wayne, I just saw Wayne is still. And he would talk, so I was like, Nanina, much trauma. No. And it fits perfectly. He doesn't go overboard. He doesn't overdo it. So I don't know. Maybe he should just pick a few stuff from him and just make himself better. But legendary, dear, Lil Wayne is there.
He's a legend. Yeah. Nanikia, do you think so?
I didn't know one could bestow legendary level on their own self. I honestly didn't know that though. I thought society would bestow that on you and not the other way. But okay, since we are here, let's talk about it. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to make the comparison between Ras Nene and Lewin about what's funny and what's... I just think that Lewin over the years has been able to influence the industry or a generation of actors who, when you even watch movies, they sort of, is it impersonate or mimic or sort of Lewin, like you see Lewin traits in them. There are people like that, and to me that is legacy enough to want for me to bestow the legendary status on you. However, when you look at it critically, that thing of Lewin started from Ejako. So I cannot sit here and call Lewin and Ejako a legend when they are basically doing the same thing that I know who started first. Do you understand? So then I would take the, let's say, music industry. I would put a Kwade there as a legend because he influenced a generation of musicians who wanted to sound like him. When you take the rap industry to there are people who want to sound like a particular person. That person is a legend. When you take the reggae dancer, there is one person who has influenced a generation of artists who want to sound like him. He is a legend. When you take the movie industry, you can't, there's no way I can pick Lewin over Ejako and put Lewin legendary over Ejako. Yes, Lewin has the catalog though. He has a lot of movies to his credit that Likey does not have. But is he a legend? Is his act influencing a generation as Ejako? Because I feel like he is part of Ejako's generation.
Maybe we have to talk about what criteria can we look out for to say this person is a legend.
I just said it. Somebody's sorry. When Kuma Brofo has entered a legend is someone, someone I would bestow the legendary title on is somebody whose craft or behavior or something about him has influenced a whole generation to be like him. Which is why I case the point with Kwade. At a point, even now for me, it's like Kwade. Do you get it? If you take, let's say, I know what you're saying, because you say that I did for Sak. Let's talk.
Say it and be free.
Sak, you take a lot of these young rappers, they are all sounding like Sak. Their cadence, their flow, their progression, everything like Sak. You take the reggae dancer, Shatawale. These boys, see, I'm a host for this a show at Crate's Lounge called the Superstar Night, where young artists come and then they want to perform and on. It's not easy. See, when Stonebwoy said he, Sak and Shatta will reign for 40 years, they didn't understand they will reign for 40 years. Because they have influenced a generation of new artists who are sounding like them. So until somebody breaks that chain for new people to sound like him, there's no way they will fade. 40 years they don't be. No, it's true. So I don't know the generation Lewin has been able to influence that much. Maybe me cook must be break. Maybe me not be cook must say. But like the Lewin I know is more of a photocopy of Ejako, only better though. Like he's really funny. So to say compare Ras Nene to him is an unfair comparison, I must say. That let's establish it. But to give him a legendary status to it's an overhype to me. That is it. Because really, Lewin has done the job. And I feel like for Lewin, when you take the craft, well, you know what, it doesn't even matter because everybody has their downsides anyways. Yeah. You can't use the fact that he's petty to judge or to ruin his hard works and then the catalog. He is there. However, I don't think he be putting the legendary status on himself. Because if you're saying, how about Grace Omabo?
No, the whole thing is because they are trying to do that comparison with
Likey.
That's how come.
Yeah, but that comparison is unfair. And that's what is wrong with us. when somebody is trending now, you want
don't
to compare. You want to match somebody's hard work.
Just like y'all talk.
Really?
When I started comparing Sarkodie, I was like, how?
You
like,
see,
compare the songs alone. Like, why?
Give me 10 years. Let Lewin leave the movie industry now, and give me 10 years where Rastana is actively, not passively, in the movie industry. Then I can compare their work and say, you know what, this person could be more legendary than the other. But if not, and if I give him 10 years and Lewin is still in the game 10 years, on to no.
I think Yao Dabo and Kofi
Inshiraba,
yeah, they disagree with Mumi Enuma session.
Yeah,
this is what
I don't.
This is what Yao Dabo is saying. Dr. Laiki has arrived. He's currently on top. The world is evolving, and because he puts his craft on YouTube, people think he's just a YouTube star. But every star is a star, and everything evolves around social media. That is Dabo.
Every star is a star.
So he wants Lewin to accept that this is Dr. Laiki's time.
Oh, but what is wrong accepting that it's someone's time? Now me, I started blogging. There are younger bloggers coming. They are more energetic than me. Should I hate them that? No, it is a time. But my connect I have, you can't get it that easily. Because the places Lewin will be able to enter. Because the people I meet and they tell me, they are not popular people. They are like, oh, I have a connect to Lewin. Those in the marketing industry and all that. I was like, oh, okay. There are certain places Lewin will be able to enter. There are certain things you'll be able to get within a snap of a finger. Raslene, it's not about currently, Obia show videos, you are trending and all that. We need now. Fine, we accept it. You're more platform. No, yeah, but you're no more harder than we know. Lewin is doing a lot of productions in the background that he has not even released it. And I know there are a lot of TV channels who are already begging him, so Fabra a channel. Nene wo the YouTube TV channel Benny.
YouTube is a global platform.
YouTube is a global platform. How many of our parents watch YouTube on a regular? They are always watching TV. They are always watching the local channels. So if it's not their son or daughter who buy them the Android phone, the TV there, but from making sure so better TV, no, they would always find a local channel. You are always on the internet, so don't center all your focus there. What about those who are in the villages who go to they go to the farm on a regular, then they finally got an electricity in their homes, and finally their son from Accra brings a TV. You think they'll bring them a smart TV? The internet in the age here. They will bring them the normal TV. The normal TV that will get to the local channels. And they won't tune into the channel that will speak English. Brofna, how are you? I'm fine. And no. Open your back tree, your back fancy, your back cry. Like, yo, these are the kind of things they want to. So let's not sit on the internet and overhype everything. Even those who are abroad, they even stream the local channels. So what are you saying? YouTube is global into the end. They always want to find the channels that are showing the local content. So they have YouTube. The internet is unlimited to them, but they are still looking for the local stuff. So what am I saying? Because it's time, because YouTube star. Now you see a YouTube a call 5 minutes and say then I'll start on the one. No.
Rasnene is not bigger on YouTube than Lewin. That notion is so wrong. It's not even true. Lewin had a YouTube channel that was almost hitting how many hundreds of subscribers in a mobility because and then in less than a week he built the same magnitude of YouTube. That guy is powerful on YouTube. If there's any Kumawood actor aside Mark Brown that is powerful on YouTube, Rasnene on to Lewin. Oh, the TV, YouTube. Never. It's not possible. Like, you shouldn't even think about it. Lewin, see, Rasnene is a breakthrough. Lewin is a success.
Okay.
That is the conversation here. He has broken through. Lewin has been successful. Having constant breakthroughs is always successful. You get it? You can't compare. You cannot, in no universe, compare Lewin's magnitude on YouTube to Rasnene, even at this point. It's not possible. Lewen are the only two who are never channel YouTube neither trending or exploit the hobby because Lewen is that powerful. You know, Lewen actually has a whole production for YouTube alone. I know Cranko TV so when we are talking about YouTube, he doesn't have that power than Lewen on even YouTube. No, it's not true. So I don't even know. And as I said, one is a breakthrough, one is a success.
No, but it's always people in the media like who are always like fueling all this stuff because the person is growing. Like Modia Moman Coca Creanca. COVID neboano. COVID neboaras nene. Nanka by this time ye ni muna obi etwa sene na ye production. COVID neboano. Sisia, everything is coming back to normal. We are getting people to be meeting in places. We are getting productions done and all that. In Sisia, you just was okay. Then send your casa why breakthrough style produce a movie back on the entire.
You know, let me add something to this thing. What he said about the media fueling such conversations is quite tragic and catastrophic to the artist. No, it's true. No, wait, and then so much sad that now Lewen is going to protect his stuff, his connections. That's one advice he could have given to Nene for him to reach his level or make it. That is what we do to the people. We kill the industry. We kill the industry.
Media kills the industry.
That's true. Because then, now that you are even here making this very, very unfair comparison, do you think if Lewen and Rastene sit on the table and he has an advice or a link that can put him to the next level, he will do that? He wouldn't do that. But quite unfortunate, we need that conversation to happen so that we can build that universe of stars. Aboche, Hollywood, Amudoso, Beba, Bebre, Sugana. Because we keep making it feel like the breakthroughs are bigger than them. So if you are bigger, be big. Let me also be big in my corner. That is a problem. The media, we are being unfair to these artists. We should stop.
Moving forward, still on the legendary discussion. So we have another story on GhanaWeb.com, and the headline is "Stop calling me a legend. I haven't reached there yet at all." Kofi Kinata begs. Multiple award-winning artist Kofi Kinata has emphasized that he doesn't think he's gotten to the level in the music industry to be called a legend. I don't think I deserve to be called a legend for now because there are greater things ahead that I need to accomplish, Kofi Kinata said in an interview.
I should go, eh? Yes. Okay, so Ghana has a more legendary status to retire. So he has found a trick. Once they start calling you legend, know that the next conversation, he knows it. He knows it. He knows that once they start calling you a legend, they are trying to retire you. Fans they bring Ghana a hero. In this Ghana, fans they bring a hero. So when I did 18, you are I know you are lying. You are lying. After 98, it is true. Sometimes fans put us in certain positions that gives us unnecessary pressure that we cannot even live up to. And for him to redeem himself, I'm proud of him. Because it's all the legend. So now I feel more money soon on Twitter. Oh, legend. Something for the voice. Do you get it? So he just wants you to know now that, you know what, when I reach that status in life, I mean, you can't be a legend when your pocket is not legendary. Come on. I mean, if you tell me I'm popular, I'm telling you that my pocket doesn't show popularity right now. Do you get it? I just feel like he knows his place. He knows his level. He trusts the process and he knows the pace he's going. So he won't let him jump when he's not there. Giving him legendary, and then we'll call what's his name? TK Mensa or whatever they go to what?
I think somewhere in 2019, Obrafo, or is it Obrafo, yes. Or no, so he declined to be described as a legend.
I think he wasn't quick enough, because as soon as they declared him, they put him He should have been quick like that.
But looking at Obrafo's achievements.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can call Obrafo a legend.
You can.
You can't call him a legend. However, Kinata said, baby, I may call me, baby, I may do legendary. So don't put it on me. Else, trust me. Which is why if you're a lady and you're watching, please keep your age off social media. Because after a certain age, you start to worry. Those kind of things, it's like they are tracking you. they have these unrealistic projections for artists. Ghana for we have these unrealistic projections for artists. Today I've started to say, hey, this girl, she be the best, she be the this. Next 2 years, oh crap, I don't know. Like you get it, that is our nature. So for him, knowing his journey and knowing his pace, he won't let him jump things unrealistically, knowing where he is. No, he's done well.
Kofi Kinata, he was more of a rapper, and he joined the high life scene with the singing. Ask yourself, how many albums has he even released? How many sales has he made when it comes to physical copies of CDs, when it comes to streams? Numbers in the cry saying 100 million withdrew.
Please, I won't answer.
He hasn't even gotten to 100 million streams alone. I'm not talking about which one, Audiomack. No. I'm not talking about Audiomack. I want something like Apple Music or Spotify. That is where the money is.
The paying platforms.
Audiomack, they are free. Jara. It's for those who like doing Father Christmas stuff. He hasn't really gotten those numbers. And look at his catalogs. Look at the songs that he has. He's done a lot of features with a lot of people. But the recognition, it drew him. How many people even in Ghana know about Kofi Kinata for you to call him a legend? And Accra Takrade Kumasi na Ghana no.
Yeah, in the music industry, yes.
No, in the music industry. But if you look on the map itself, it goes way beyond. It goes to all the 16 regions. Every artist has a plan. Every artist has a projection that they want to see themselves in. He hasn't done even international. The only feature he's done is with Pato Rankin. Yeah, so far, and apart from that, I haven't seen anything else. So for people to start legend, like all my fans might I say no, but that is not enough. And quite unfortunately too, when people start that thing, it's something to get into your head to make you feel comfortable and relaxed. When you allow that thing to get into you, you forget where you are going. You just enjoy the hype, and you start churning out lazy stuffs. Lazy content.
Yeah, because
you feel you're a legend. So then that means anything I bring out, they would accept it. So you can just even cough and spit. Excuse my language. Cough and spit on the microphone and just record it and feel people are going to know. It is quite a way to also like bring you down, unfortunately. If you really know yourself well, if they are calling you a legend and you Ankasa, you know that you are not. You Ankasa, you watch yourself, you know the stuff that you are doing. And if you compare it to your colleagues in other continents, look at the level that they've reached. You can legend, MJ Moon, like those stuff that they've done, the awards that they've won, Grammy, Beyonce crying friend legend pusa. Now you're from legend or Ghana because Oberbo show no in for 3,000, 4,000. No more bad near Helu. Overcall Instagram now we could see now when you have 10,000 comments and way. So you think, how many deals have you signed? What impact have you even brought onto the community? Ujai in your crisis.
Kinata has
no. Ujai in your bosses here. What will be the conversation about? Would you vanish just like that?
I'm not sure Kinata will vanish just like that.
It's not just like that too. You know, this are Ghana no. Retire, hold on. Retire. Once they don't hear from you 1 or 2 now, hey, Wabre, we hardly play our songs back to back like that. We are always looking for new music to play and other people's songs to play. I don't want to mention any country before they come and attack me, but one way or the other, you need to understand that you know where you are going to, you know your direction. There are certain things, they are just said to get into your head just to sway you away from your direction.
So do you think Kinata was being modest with his response?
Of course, because he knows the impact that he can have with his craft. Because switching from someone who is a rapper to high life is not that easy.
He's very strategic in releasing his songs.
Good. So
anytime Biaso releases a song now,
so he knows the direction that he's going towards. So he wouldn't allow certain words to sway him off his direction. Because hey, and he knows it's a long journey. Only 30 for you.
Sir, are you privy to his age?
I won't mention it.
But you just did.
I said he's not. I haven't mentioned exactly. He's not. So he has a long journey ahead. He has a larger impact to give on the young ones. The way, when I was coming, the Uber I took, the driver was playing a lot of the songs. And there were certain songs, I could hear different people. And I was like, hey. Then he's also having his impact one way or the other. So I'm sure he wants to also prove a point that one day, somebody too will get to the next level and mention that, oh, Kofi Kran saw Mensa. You get me? Those are the kind of things that you can mention that, where you say, where they make us say. But currently, it's not enough. And there's more money to be made in the business, even though there's no money. So,
who are some of the legends in the entertainment industry, both music, movie, that's...
Eddie Crento.
Kotibisa.
Okay.
Pat Thomas.
Movie
Amachi Dede.
David Tomo.
That
Grace Omabo. Hey, let me go to theater. Eddie now Atachi.
Yeah, those are legendary because
the Laboratory, they are the legends.
Pascal and Edwards.
Hold on, I'm coming. The Laboratory.
But Pascal was acting with Eddie.
Question mark.
And then what happened?
Question mark. I read a story.
With them.
I read a story on Ghana where
she
was sabotaged once and all that.
I could say Japan. All these people, I'm sorry to those I can't mention, but
those are because what check here on more catalogs, if you look at where they've been to, like the places they've been able to explore with their music. I recently, someone was saying something about you see these Nane Champo and that Lumbadia song. They're mixing a machine and you chrome how. Instruments we are original and
Lumba craft, sorry. Lumba, the Champon brothers and all. See, he mentioned something about, you said, was he being modest? He wasn't being modest, he was being honest. Actually, because then the point is that he doesn't have to hold somebody's hand for us to say, oh, I want you. Your song on its own should be able to do the magic. There should be people who will give testimonies. That way, and your mom is and now waste all I'm a copy and didn't drew how. Until he gets those kind of testimonies, he wouldn't jump the broom and say, what, I am a legend. Or agree to be. He's not being modest. No, he's not. He's being honest. And no credit. Candid though. Candid, but it's the truth. That is the conversation.
I know you really enjoyed this week's discussion on Bloggers Forum, but before we go, Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, pag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also, remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 13 33 97 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza your way. And now, Ekuya Tilly.
Tilly, Ekuya Nipa.
Tilly, Ekuya.
But it's fun watching you juggle.
It's been fun having you here on Bloggers Forum.
Thank you.
Tilly, your final remarks.
It's nice to be here, actually. I come here, but my boss sits here. So today I'm in this chair. Yeah, I would like to touch some few seconds on the D-Black conversation to Kojo Sheldon. I mean, the reason why Kojo Sheldon is honored in the space is because of the deficiency in our media. Basically that, which is why he has a voice, or which is why his voice has become some form of influence, because the media in general, we are failing to do our work. We are all going the TMC way. Hey, this person did this. Dr. Laiki has not greeted the way, those kind of things. How about putting premium on the other parts of their work? Fortunately for Kojo Sheldon, he has found a way of doing something different. He puts premium on the lyrics, which is what genius they do outside there. So now on money they were sharing on farm on the say lyrics no or the promo so it is nice for the youth. Will be there because generally all they hear in the media is this lady has slept with this lady, you get it, which is all the lady are told. They be interviews like that, panel interviews, those are the things. So he is doing something different. If we are going to open ourselves up, learn, and also put premium on things that are important to the artist, Kodosode will always have a voice. He is here to stay because the media wants to be one way, he wants to be different. So if there's somebody who is going to put premium on shoes or sneakers, like the way Complex do, somebody who is going to put premium on other things, you know, people will start seeing that voice as an authority. Now, Kodosode has a voice because we, the media, we didn't do our job. So yes, he has the right to say whatever he wants to say to D-Black because the media fails D-Black. Your final remarks? So
one way or the other, when we go about our duty in this business, D-Black, I want to go back to D-Black's issue about the artist management being a thankless job. It might look discouraging to other people who want to invest in this business because they will feel like, oh, if somebody who has been in it for more than 10, 15 years is saying that it's a thankless job, then that means if I tend to invest in it, you get me, fine, maybe he's speaking from a point of pain or whatever he has been through and all that. But one way or the other, too, if you understand, human beings are always going to be human beings. They are going to be bad humans, they are going to be good humans. He's not complete, but hey, he should understand. It is a human nature. Oh yeah, but is he perfect?
Why are you
He's
putting
not. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, because he should understand. There are good people, there are bad people. On one label, there was a coup d'etat and people left the label. So he should understand. In as much as he has a platform now, it shouldn't be a source of discouragement to other people who are coming. He's been doing a good job, great job. Currently, and all that. So he should keep up the good work. I know it's not easy to get all those kind of discouragements and all that, but just as he has a platform now, he should keep on encouraging us because I see him doing wonderful things. I see him do exciting things. He's going on a tour and he doesn't go alone. He makes sure wherever he's going, there will be certain things to show. So that is what he's doing. What he's doing is also impacting me because I'm also learning. So I've not been able to tweet at him and say thank you. But at least I am here. I'm able to let other people know that, yo, this man is also... So he's saying it's a thankless job now. I'm thankful for what he's doing for his artists. I'm also learning from him. So he should understand there are good people and bad people. So it's not everybody who will go and be ungrateful.
I know, sir, we all had fun today. The person you just listened to is known as Kofi Zeda, a publicist. Onyeni Paketwa Sao. Asaya road manager, and then he's the founder and owner of GhanaWeb.com. And me and Mrs. Tekia. But me mommy. Silly Ekia Nipa. She's a presenter at oneplayafrica.com. I know you are wondering, another brand power. Your managing editor, Mr. Odro, say, why ye Juma finimu nyina into uncle leave. That is why you are not seeing a brand here. My name is Benis Owusua Oparijan. And I'm better muma a brand. See you another time.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program covers all the relevant issues from the hard truth to the facts and the fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Recently in West Africa, that's Guinea, there was a coup d'etat, and Guineans were rallying behind the coup makers because they were relieved. If I would say all of them, well, that wouldn't be true. But some Guineans we saw in the media were happy about the coup, and many Guineans are asking what's going to happen next to their country. And also looking at the issue in Guinea, so many experts have called on countries like Burkina Faso and even Ghana to tighten their security, because anything like that could happen. There's also terrorism around the corner. Boko Haram is still active. Now we're going to discuss how the security threat in the region is affecting Ghana and the role Ghana can play in mitigating all these effects if they happen. Our guest is a security consultant and is an expert in the issue, and he's going to talk to us about this right after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest today is Alhaji Irbad Ibrahim. He is a security analyst, consultant, and also a social commentator. Welcome, Irbad.
Thank you so much for having me.
Were you surprised when the coup d'etat in Guinea happened?
No, the signs were quite clear. And for so long, we've come up with the idea that when you theorize how the 15 nations that make up the body of ECOWAS have transitioned since the independence struggles in the mid-50s and then early 60s, you realize that the Francophone faction of the group has not been able to wean itself of French subsistence. So the coups we've seen in recent times have all been Francophone coups. Guinea-Bissau in Mali back to back, and now we have Guinea-Conakry. Even though there are, various backs of challenges with the Anglophone bloc, the 5 Anglophone countries seem to be doing well. Ghana has transitioned a couple of times since the time of Rawlings. We've seen Olusegun Obasanjo lead Nigeria from '99 and then transitioning to Omar Yar'Adua. He died in office. Goodluck Jonathan, then Buhari came into the picture. In Liberia, and Johnson Sirleaf, handed over power peacefully to George Weah. In Sierra Leone, then the Gambia, even though with some checkered, history in the Gambia. So pretty much we need to, look at the Francophone, bloc. When the French people left, West Africa, they gave 2 options to the nations who were becoming independent at that time. It's either it was a half-baked independence, where you would be tied to the umbilical cords of Paris, or you would be on your own. So Guinea-Conakry chose the latter, and we are told the French took away virtually everything, including desks in offices, and then they ripped off rail lines in some instances, we were told. So that was how come Kwame Nkrumah had to intervene. He gave $10 million to his brother Sekou Touré, who was the first post-independence, leader for Guinea. That's how come he has a son called after and named after him.
So with all these interventions,
the French left a vacuum.
Yeah.
And these Francophone countries in West Africa have unfortunately not been able to fine-tune the role they need to play in a post-independent West Africa.
So with the vacuum the French have left in Francophone Africa, and also the setting up of all the regional bodies like ECOWAS, which is a mix of Francophone and Anglophone countries, wasn't there supposed to be a change? And what is the disconnect between the two?
Sadly, with my background in diplomacy and having worked as a rapporteur, I know how some of these things work out. You could have a regional bloc do a meeting. It could be ECOWAS, ECAS for Central Africa, IGAD for Eastern Africa, and SADC for Southern Africa. Then there is a resolution you need to make. A communique has to be issued. Then every now and then, representatives of certain countries would excuse you and then go make calls outside. So people need validation from France before they take certain decisions.
And for me, that's pretty bad. Look at the choice of currencies, the CFA. The CFA is just an extension of the French currency. The reserves, the central bank reserves of these Francophone countries are in France. So at what point can we come out clearly and say, you have to wake up and smell the coffee? If this regional bloc has to be truly independent, you need to sever your allegiance and ties to France in some instances. But sadly, we've not been able to get the courage we need for some of these countries to come out against France.
We'll talk more about the regional blocs, but with the expectation or non-surprise of the coup in Guinea, could we say that it is, is fair or is just to have the coup?
And let's be, fair to Alpha Condé. It's not like over the course of the 10 years he was leader, things went amiss completely. He was their president when Ebola struck, 2014, 2015. We saw the leadership he showed. And Ghana's former president played a role. He worked hand in hand with him. We set up the Ebola Response Center in Accra. Great job. He did his best in various, areas. He built 2 dams, one completely done. Many Guineans didn't have access to constant electricity before he came. And the other, dam will be commissioned pretty soon. In terms of infrastructure, a lot more needs to be done in the country. So it wasn't like it was all gloom and doom from day one in office to the last day he was toppled. He did some good things. But where Alpha Condé went wrong was when he made an attempt to amend the constitution for a 3rd term. And I see some hypocrisy on the side of ECOWAS. ECOWAS has pretty much become a firefighting regional bloc. When things are going wrong, they say, don't say anything. And that problem is inherent within the ECOWAS Charter. There are protocols within the Charter that dissuade poking your nose into the internal affairs of member states. So it's called the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of member states. So no matter how bad the decisions of a president are, you are supposed not to talk. You are supposed not to intervene. But when things go wrong, then they call on ECOWAS to intervene. So for me, that principle needs to be reviewed. You need not to be a magician to be told that there will be more coups in the sub-region. Because the things that Alpha Condé did to have warranted the coup are being done by other leaders. Fonya Sengbe of Togo, next door Togo, he has amended the constitution, he's doing a 3rd term. Alassane Ouattara, and the Ivorian situation is an enigma, is an irony. Alassane Ouattara was a creation of breaking the jinx of longevity in power. The French deployed soldiers to topple Laurent Gbagbo. Then you come, you do your 2 terms, you've amended the constitution for a 3rd term. And so I think the hands of ECOWAS are tied. You find people come up with a body of literature and research as ECOWAS outlive this usefulness. But if you don't arm ECOWAS with the tools to operate, then it becomes very difficult to preempt some of these things that have happened. So I wouldn't call the coup fair, but I think he has been a victim of circumstance. And Alpha Condé would have a legacy of a mixed bag of good days and bad days. But unfortunately, he will be remembered as a toppled leader in West Africa.
I know this isn't, or we can't compare the West Africa regional bloc to the Eastern, or the ECAS that's in Southern Africa, where we see Rwanda going into Equatorial Guinea to help them with their issues there that they have, the rebels and all that. Do you think this is something ECOWAS could also add into their charter?
Yes, you mentioned before we went on screen, you mentioned the issue of the Gambia, and I'm happy your lovely reportage of the events of the Gambia and the transitioning from, Yahya Jammeh to Adama Barrow. ECOMOG was a precursor to the kind of intervention you are seeing in other parts of Africa. We saw the devastating civil war in Sierra Leone and Liberia. And so Nigeria took the lead. And whether we like it or not, Nigeria is the leader of the continent. Nigeria has the largest market, is the largest conglomeration of black people anywhere in the world. Over 200 million people. And so we need Nigeria to take the lead on some of these regional security issues. But Nigeria is contending with its own security issue in its backyard, Boko Haram. And so that leadership we saw during the time of ECOMOG and the threat of the use of force in the Gambia seems to be missing currently. So we can pluck some pages from the playbook of Rwanda to be able to, we call it African peer review. If you are Ghana, Nigeria should be able to say, okay, these are the steps you are taking economically, politically, socially, and you need to make these reviews. It is only when we strengthen the early warning mechanisms that we'll be able to forestall coups. It is said that coming events always cast their shadows. You need not be told that these decisions being taken by this president will lead to this eventuality. And so I want a situation whereby there can be a sort of diplomatic intervention to be able to tell that, hey, inflation is too high in your country. Things will bubble over. And so ECOWAS can come in. We have an ECOWAS parliament. We don't have an ECOWAS central bank. That is what differs African regional blocs from the EU. The European Union can actually give you a bailout. ECOWAS can't. So there should be a standby force for ECOWAS, a central bank for ECOWAS, so we can control our forex, we can intervene economically to resolve some of these issues before they bubble over. And so going forward, I believe there are limits to what diplomacy can do. And I believe that at some point we need to use the bully pulpit of ECOWAS to resolve some of these issues before they spiral out of control.
We'll soon talk about the setup of the regional bodies and also the hottest countries or the hotbed for security issues in West Africa, and then Ghana's role in all of these issues that are popping up in the region right after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and we've been having a discussion on security issues in the West African region with Alhaji Ibad Ibrahim. So we're discussing how ECOWAS is limited in dealing head-on with some security issues that come up. We're also discussing the coup in Guinea. So what are the limitations of diplomatic missions, diplomatic blocs like ECOWAS when it comes to such issues like the coup in Guinea? What is the extent they could go?
The communique that has come out from the extraordinary session summoned by the ECOWAS Chair of Heads of Governments, Ghana's own President Nana Addo, has done what we have done in recent years. As soon as there is a coup, the tools that are available within the toolkit are the things we use. First of all, we announced a suspension of the country from ECOWAS. So the borders are shut. That's a semblance of sanctions. But because we are not an economic powerhouse, you can't say presidents or military people who have saved in banks within West Africa will have their accounts frozen. It is non-existent to begin with. So what you do is to come out and say that the membership of that country has been suspended. So that will cajole them into putting together a transitional government. So from a military junta into a civilian government. But unlike in Mali, where Jerry Rawlings was involved, because Nana Addo, as chair of ECOWAS at that time, invited the military coup leaders to Accra. And they met Jerry Rawlings, because Jerry Rawlings has a history of transitioning from AFRC PNDC into a civilian government. So those were some pep talks that were instrumental in diplomatically resolving the Malian issue. But today, Jerry Rawlings is no more. We've lost him. And so what are the options? And again, I see intransigence on the part of the coup leaders, because they are complaining when things were bad. Where was ECOWAS? Why would ECOWAS now dictate to them what to do? And for me, it puts ECOWAS in a catch-22 situation, Because this is a situation you have to intervene. I'm told Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister is leading a delegation into the country. So they start talking. So the military leaders seem popular currently. We saw the jubilation by a faction, even though you said that may not be representative of the aspirations of all the people. So that means that if ECOWAS wants to use force to turn to a civilian government, there could be a civil war. So the options of ECOWAS are a bit limited. And I believe that when we judge, it's always better than warring. So I believe that we need to speak to Colonel Mamandi and all the people involved in this school to want to sit around the negotiating table with civilian, leaders, technocrats who are ready to be part of a transitional government, so that we go beyond this. ECOWAS comes up with ad hoc measures. We saw in the Gambia, they involved Salif, Buhari, and other leaders, and immediately after the crisis, they dissolved that, initiative. So it should be a continuous, standby initiative to resolve political and security issues. That is what is lacking. So I believe the ECOWAS Charter needs to undergo review. A charter that has been there for decades cannot serve the interests of a 24th and 21st century sub-region. So where there needs to be more engagement, I think that is what we need to do. So that diplomatically, the overarching impact of diplomacy can resolve some of these issues before they even happen.
There's an argument that the age factor plays a role in ECOWAS because the leadership of ECOWAS, if you look at it averagely, average age will be around 60. And most of these people have seen different regimes of the past, and there's been an evolution of how diplomacy is done. There's been an evolution of how states are run and all of these. But you can see that these people are looking at things from one direction. And there's an argument that when this age factor is dealt with, then we might have a different kind of approach to diplomacy in the region. All these ideas that are coming up and suggestions might be looked at and welcomed into the Charter of ECOWAS and would have some continuity and growth. Is that also your belief?
That's a very good viewpoint. I hear a lot of clarion call on the part of the youth. Even in Ghana, we have fixed the country. In Nigeria, we saw end SARS. And what the youth wanted to do, they wanted to push the envelope further, that beyond the dissolution of the Special Armed Robbery Response Squad, they wanted something else. But I always want us to tread on the side of caution. Because when the youth within the sub-region have been given the opportunity to assume positions of trust, they have in some cases been more corrupt than these aged, dying leaders we are saying they should leave the scene. Look at our universities, whether NUCS or SRC, look at the allegations of corruption. So if somebody in your middle or late 20s cannot be trusted with the dues of students, how can we trust you with billions of dollars of our GDP as a West African country? So I don't think it's an either-or situation. And the youth and the aged can be mutually inclusive. We can tap into the wisdom of the aged and the exuberance of the young to build West Africa and the rest of Africa. Because the youth themselves have not proven themselves trustworthy with the national pets, the national kitty in some cases.
But aren't the aged to blame for this? Because if you look at the governments of all these leaders we're talking about, they're also old people. And the youth are put at the back to deal with young people. And the young people they are the biggest numbers of people in these countries. And you're also being corrupt. What do you expect them to learn? Or what are they supposed to learn from?
They can always be different. And over the past 3 regimes, I think in Ghana, we've seen very important and delicate positions handed over to young people. And what has been the jury out there? In some cases, it's been worse than having a septuagenarian occupy that position. And so for me, I think we should tread on the side of caution. And we can't blame the aging leaders too much. Why? You can't run for president until you are 40. And in some cases, some of them have had to struggle for 20 years or 25 or 30 years Nana Addo a case intended to be president many decades ago, and he only got the nod in 2016. So by the time you would have achieved your presidential ambition, you would be old. So maybe the system has to change.
Isn't that a recipe for coup d'etats?
Yes, yeah, it is, and I agree with you. So maybe we can bring down the age. If universal suffrage is 18, and currently we are even making an advocacy, they should be lowered to 16, because these, young people, they are able to do with digital media what the aged cannot do. There are apps on phones now that teenagers in high schools know better than some people in the university. So these baby boomers, people born in the 2000s, should be a part of the political system. So number one, we are making a recommendation that universal suffrage should move from 18 to 16, because more exposure for these people at their age than we had in our time. And then why do you have to be 40 before you can run for president? We can lower that age as well to maybe 30 or 25 if you are an achiever, so that we can shorten the curve. So by Obama ran as, he did one term as a senator from Illinois. An opportunity presented itself. He became a president in his 40s. By Donald Trump and then Biden actually ran for president in the 80s. He didn't succeed in the primaries. And so it has taken this long for him to be there. And therefore, I think we would be comparing oranges and apples if we say that the aged, generation have failed us. So let's wipe them off and then bring young people. I think it should be a melange or a mixture of the two, so that West Africa and the rest of Africa will achieve the kind of goals we want.
Now let's look at some security crisis in the region. We have Boko Haram, we have Fulani herdsmen attacking people. We have even Islamic State, IS, in other countries. We also have COVID. We can't rule out COVID. And we have so many others. They keep growing and they keep multiplying. Let's start with Boko Haram.
Okay.
Boko Haram. We are not seeing a regional push in fighting Boko Haram. Yes, we know the US government is helping with intelligence, but they can't really go indirectly. I don't see Ghana playing any role unless maybe it's a security strategy that they don't want to come out with that information, which maybe you might confirm or not. And the entire ECOWAS are looking on, and we are leaving Nigeria to their fate. Nigeria changed its head of military to fight Boko Haram. They had issues with that. A lot of soldiers were killed. Now they are changing strategies. How do you see Boko Haram ending anytime soon?
You see, the region is responding to these security challenges, first to begin with Boko Haram. There are two classifications of security challenges. You have a conventional security challenge, and you have an asymmetric one. Anytime it is conventional, like the war in Liberia and Sierra Leone, then you can come together and say, let's contribute soldiers, ECOMOG. Then you go in, you exchange artillery, gunfire, and then you topple the bad guys and then make sure that there is a civilian government. But Boko Haram is an amorphous group. It adopts hit-and-run tactics. And so you can't tell the line of leadership. And even if you want to negotiate, who do you sit with?
Yeah.
And so it has become very difficult. So there's only one mission, peacekeeping mission within West Africa. It is MINUSMA. And that is to resolve the Azawad secessionist effort in northern Mali. So you find Timbuktu, Kidal, Gao, and Ghanaian soldiers are there.
Yes.
They are there, contributing their quota to regional security. But we can't deploy to Nigeria because Nigeria, number one, is a big brother. It will be a dent on the credibility, military credibility of Nigeria, that you need soldiers from tiny countries like Ghana to be able to fend off Boko Haram
but it's
attacks.
okay for America to support?
America supports materially with intel because of the satellite assets they have within the region, maybe trainers and all that. But Nigeria alone should be able to resolve the Boko Haram issue. Abuja is one of the areas I work with or in, and when I went to Abuja, I saw that yes, the activities of Boko Haram have taken a toll on the foreign direct investments that would have on a normal day. When you're going into a hotel, the semblance of insecurity that is created, all of that has really chipped away at the economic might of Nigeria as a country. But Ghana can't deploy the way we have done in the case of MINUSMA in Mali because this is unconventional. So we can help Nigeria with, morale, we can help with diplomacy and all others, but it will be, and especially the fodder and the groups are feeding on, they have made it a religious thing. So if care is not taken, they would want to transpose that kind of idea in individual member countries. And mind you, ECOWAS is largely made up of Francophone countries, and most Francophone countries have a Muslim population of not less than 85%. So if care is not taken, and this idea of, we are fighting against a system that is a kafir system, is going to pose a huge security. It would spread into other regions. Already, we've seen Cameroon suffer from the activities of Boko Haram. Even Chad, Idris Deby died fighting on the front lines, we are told. So we've had to adopt a carrot and stick approach in tackling the Boko Haram menace. But on all other fronts, the pandemic, we've seen, coordination amongst nations. The time has come for us to strengthen the activities of West African Health Organization, WAHO. There's WHO and there's WAHO. And we don't hear too much about them. We need to see infectious disease centers spring up everywhere. We need to see more collaboration, more exchange, so that in future when there's a pandemic like this one, we'll be able to be better prepared to tackle it. But for Ghana, I would commend Ghana because of our leadership role. Burkina Faso is the main security challenge now because Blaise Compaoré was toppled. The youth set the Burkinabe parliament ablaze, and there has been a vacuum. So Ghana is concerned that there could be a spillover. So His Excellency the President was able to convince regional, countries to come up with what we call the Accra Initiative. That summit was held at Pejuase Lodge. So nations have come together to share intel. So Ghana, our neighboring countries, and Benin. So even if it is a pin that falls, you need to share the intel with other nations so that you can protect, each member country from the activities of these groups. So if you asked me, I would say we are not doing too badly in terms of confronting head-on the security challenges militating against the stability of West Africa. But more needs to be done so that we keep the sub-region safe.
Let's talk about Ghana's own internal security issues. And currently there's a call for the borders to be open. And the borders have been closed, and there's a belief that it's affecting even the economy of the country. Is that something that you believe in also? Do you think it should be opened?
Off the cuff, I'll tell you that there are about 43 approved and unapproved entry points into Ghana. You see, when you are a sovereign country, there's 3 entry points. You have your airspace.
Yes.
And you have your territorial waters. There's some 22 nautical miles before international waters. And then we have the borders, the terrestrial entry points. The most porous are the land borders. So when you go to Paga, Hamile, Sankansi, Elubo, Aflao, there are town folks who can put you on a motorbike and cross over to the other country.
And they are doing that.
And for them, the borders should remain shut because it's good business for smuggling. And customs people as well. There should be integrity in border controls. Some of the border areas, there is no surveillance. It's pretty much like just crossing over. And I believe it is important because some of these, apart from smuggling, you look at the gun running that is going on. Look at the guns in civilian hands in Ghana alone. I sat with the former boss of the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons some years ago, and their survey shows that at that time there were between 2.3 and 3 million guns in civilian hands. So that is, when you count every 10 Ghanaians, one of them has got a gun, and that is bad enough. How do these guns get in, even though there is some expertise for local manufacture? At Alavanyon, Konya, and also Swami Magazine in Kumasi and Abusoka in Accra, many of these guns cross over from the borders. So what are we doing as a country? Is it about paying a little bribe so that you cross over with anything? And look at the sacks of onions that come from Niger. Look at the charcoal that comes from across the border. You see a huge truck, and there are loads of sacks. And what kind of, frisk and search do we do? Oh, you are from where? Oh, this is a Burkina truck. Okay. Just pass. We need to have the devices that can, filter through and tell that this contains narcotics, this contains guns. That expertise is not there. And so I want to see us do more.
You think
it's
we should
not
open
just
the
about
borders?
opening the borders.
Okay, but we think we should open it but do more.
We should open incrementally.
Okay.
Because Nigeria shut down its border with Benin, and people were so angry. Why would Nigeria do that? Because there were unintended consequences for Ghanaian traders, Beninois traders, Togolese traders. But they felt Nigerians should eat local rice. And Vietnamese and Filipino rice production companies were taking their rice through Benin and then crossing over through the porous borders. But Buhari stood its grounds. Eat your own food so that you would empower the local industry. And so for me, it's not about looking inward or opening up entirely. I heard a speech by one of the former presidents of Tanzania, Nyerere. He said, oh, the white folks are deceiving us. They say there should be an open market. But when you put two boxes in a ring, you don't put a heavyweight with a lightweight or a featherweight person. So why should our markets be dumping sites? Look at the fish we saw, the whales we saw on Ghana's coast. When people researched and said, why did the whales die? Some said they were distressed. They were stressed. That was why they died. Maybe somebody has dumped dirty oil in our territorial waters, and somebody has gotten paid for it. We know that British Petroleum and other giant corporations around the world come to our territorial waters and dump dirty oil. How can the fish in our seas survive? So it's not about just being an open market. There should be equity based upon the size of your market and what you are bringing onto the international market. And so we should have open borders, but we should do so in an incremental way to protect the local industry as well.
So we will have to go on another break, but I was so interested in the open borders part because the moment you try to cut down on the infiltration of the market from or by the Western world, you might also affect other countries in the sub-region. Now we have a lot of countries, even in Ghana, where some of our products we import and then we repackage so that we would have it as made in Ghana, but it's actually not made in Ghana.
Wow.
They would also be affected if that is done.
I think we need to work on the psyche of the black West African. Today, you travel and you come home, you give a pair of shoes to your in-law. If they see made in Italy, they appreciate it more than say this was bought from, Tudu. It's locally made. Somebody has told me that even with the furniture industry, and I'm friends with the expatriate business people here, I can see a lot of, Turkish people invest in that area. Look, the wood, wawa, mahogany, all the wood is here. But when the local manufacturers manufacture knee, for the mere fact that their showroom is not along the Spentex Road, you have to go into CMB to go and buy. Oh, this furniture is fake. I don't want it. So what they do now is, just as you have indicated, they take the wood across the border, repackage, and put made in France on it. And people are quick to buy. So we need to work on the psyche of the people within the sub-region to appreciate our own and patronize our own. Then the idea of an open border, an open market that allows everything to filter through will not affect. Look, we import everything, including toothpick. The toothpick, we import it, I'm told. Look at how you are dressed. Look at how this studio is nice, how I'm dressed. It is likely that 99% of the things here were not made here. And so it is important that we work on those. And the white folks don't like us. I don't believe in Moody's, the Bretton Woods institutions. They paint you black if you want to take charge of your economy. But when they give glowing tributes to your president, it means you are giving away too much. So I believe we need a rethink. And Paul Kagame has led the way that we can look inward as Africans and still do well economically. This idea of open borders and open markets would only pander to the benefit of the Western powers.
Thank you very much. We'll be coming back after the break to discuss, we'll continue discussing our internal security. We have a new police IGP, and we have some new strategies the police are adopting, which is helping curb crime in the country. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Alhaji Irbad Ibrahim. So we're discussing the security issues in Ghana, and we discussed the borders that are closed and how some miscreants, let's call them that, use the closed borders to infiltrate the country with some guns and other banned items. Now the police is busy, and they are very busy since the new IGP came on. And thanks to his interest in publicity and the PR, we hear a lot about police reactions and what they are doing. What do you make of the change in IGP?
There are two ways police officers are trained in Ghana. We are involved at some point. The first one has to do with the state. So there are police recruitments, you recruit academies, you have Tesano, you have other areas of the country. So they go for training. But we believe that the conduct of policing in the 21st century cannot be based upon tools of the past. So we appreciate the kind of training they are given. But security evolves. So all we do is we retrain them on the job. So we have what we call intelligence and forensics training. So we have soldiers, and I'm happy to say I'm a facilitator in that program. So we teach them new techniques and all that, suspicious packages management, explosives and all that. So it's a partnership we have with the security agencies, and we are working in that regard. But there's a new sheriff in town, and anytime there's a new guy, there's a lot of euphoria. I've even seen that horses go on patrol in Ghana. Yes. So the excitement is good, but sustainability is key. Dan Parry is an academic. He's one of only a few people with a PhD in the conduct of security in Ghana. And then he started humbly, and he has gotten to that pinnacle. So I believe that he's going to combine theory with pragmatism to be able to resolve. But the fact that you have a new guy at the police headquarters doesn't mean the criminals will go to sleep. They will always test the pulse of the new mechanisms and strategies that are put in place. So we still hear cases of armed robbery. I am concerned about highway robbery. An international journalist came here recently to conduct research into our security, and he ended up dying out of insecurity in Ghana. So you can imagine the kind of reviews we will get internationally. I'm not happy with the way the barriers and checkpoints are predictable. When you travel between cities, you know that, oh, if it is from Accra to Kumasi, when I get to Lindado, Forestry Commission is there, the Ghana Police Service is there. When I get close to Konongo, Asankare barrier is there. These checkpoints should be snap checkpoints. They should just pop up like mushroom. So that they become unpredictable. Because you can take like 5 kilometers knowing so well that within this, these 5 kilometers, I will not meet any police checkpoint. And that is where the boys strike. And then there's these checkpoints are thinly spread as we even go to the north. So these are unguarded, barren, ungoverned lands. And they're able to strike with reckless abandon. Prominent people are killed, and they get robbed of their possessions. So I want to see the IGP work in that, do more in that regard. And the telcos, there are places where, like Dadieso, when you get to Dadieso, you lose your connection to any, mobile telephony. And that is where they strike. And our response time too is very bad. When you call the police, how can people be under distress? They call you, they are around Jolo or they are around East Legon. Before you get there, your siren is blaring. You are giving the armed robbers a signal that you're on your way coming. So they should finish up the operation and leave. I believe that we need to change the strategy. And I want to see more plainclothes people. We should plant molds within these syndicates to be able, as I'm speaking to you, maybe in the coming hours, you'll get to know the work that has been done. Medical insecurity, public health safety is a major national security issue. As we speak right now, I'm in talks with a team that will carry out a sting operation today. What is happening? People are smuggling, as we indicated, fake drugs with no authorization from the Ghana Standards Authority or the FDA. They are selling these drugs to people. Chief among them are aphrodisiac drugs. And you see people die of, heart failure, kidney problems. So it's as a result of the consumption of these drugs. What is national state security doing about it? What we have impounded in 2 operations, according to the medical doctor working on this, ran into the tune of 100,000 Ghana cedis. So who monitors these people who are working on foot? How do you walk on foot to people at a base or in their offices and say, Oga, buy this one, it will make you stronger in bed? You should be arrested. The one patronizing it himself should be arrested. And so for me, security is a behemoth thing. It's not a gun and bullet thing. We can't limit it to that. Your health and safety, your well-being, the safety of your children when they go out to school, all of these come together to make up the body of security. And I think the IGP has a lot of work on his hands. There is goodwill. There's public goodwill. I see footage of him taking part in night patrols. There is public goodwill. And the PR is top-notch. But beyond that, what are we doing to make the Ghanaians safer?
You shared views that I would say are collective sentiments of Ghanaians, and we all go through these, like the checkpoints we're talking about, where police who are supposed to be on patrols end up checking for, how do you call it, the DVLA, roadworthy, and then they will check your shoes to see if you're wearing slippers or not, and then the criminals just use that to go, and we see them going around and doing their things. Also, the medical issues you've talked about. Is this a leadership problem? Is it a problem of capacity? Is it a problem of training? What exactly do you think the problem is?
It's a problem of perception. And I know GhanaWeb is an international media outlet. Look at the unwholesome content media houses, feed people. Because, somebody cannot just put together a concoction, but because the person can pay for airtime, you start playing jingles for the person. A cursory look at the ads on TV would show you that a chunk of ad money comes from, these drug sellers, medicine sellers, like they say they are herbalists, they are this, they are that. And how can one drug, in trotro, solve all medical issues in the world? This solves cocoa, it solves headache, it solves TB, it solves this, it solves that. The guy should be arrested. So we need the will to be able to tackle some of this, because you are waiting for Boko Haram to strike or militants to cross over from Burkina Faso. How many people can they kill? They attack a hotel, they kill 10, 15 people. But you are losing tens, if not hundreds of people every day as a result of bad public safety mechanisms you have. And so I believe that area, people are dying in hospitals. And the hospitals, look, medical negligence, for you to lose a relative. I read a story on GhanaWeb about a family that was suing one of the hospitals because of what they perceive as medical negligence. Because they should have conducted surgery, they kept delaying, they had to give some money, they went for some scan, they said, hey, so you have money like that, from 25,000, bring all the 40K. That is a national security issue. If I don't feel safe when I have headache and I'm on admission, it should be a thing of concern to the police. BNI, or what is now called NIB, should be concerned. National Security Secretariat should be concerned. So I believe that it's not an issue of capacity. Look at the recruitments we are doing. The state security agencies are recruiting. GIS is recruiting. The Ghana Fire Service is recruiting. The Army recently recruited. We saw the long queue from Elwak through cantonments. So it's not an issue of capacity. It's a change of perception of what security means, so that we will understand what our priorities should be as a country and then tackle them head on. And I believe, I think we have emphasized too much on counterterrorism. We have, imported America's #1 security challenge and made it our own. If Al-Qaeda wants to attack America, and so America takes counterterrorism serious, that doesn't mean that should be the go-to thing for all nations in West Africa or the rest of Africa. Road accidents, and kudos to GhanaWeb on your road safety initiative. Road accidents have killed us over the years more than any other thing. Disease has killed us over the years more than any other thing. So I think we need a tweak of our understanding of national security. And I believe that the youth of soft power, outreach, engaging people, giving people the right orientation would go a long way to make Ghana cling to its reputation as one of the most peaceful countries in West Africa, to attract the kind of foreign direct investment we want.
I pray the IGP is listening and watching as well, to take a cue from what you've said. Very great submissions.
We think that if you are strong, it means safe match, there is a parade, we are exhibiting. Security has long moved from that. We need to individualize security, come to the level of the people. Look, the cleaner who comes to work at dawn, how safe is the person? It's a national security issue. Because somebody can compromise your cleaner, and the person can have a bargain device. Maybe you don't. Look, there are instances police officers complain to us when they are put on duty in the houses of ministers. They are so ill-treated, where to even attend nature's call is difficult for them. And this is a guy who is only 5 seconds away from your life. He is armed, but he's not happy. You are a rich man. You have deficit of 6 months arrears. You've not paid your driver or your watchman. And beyond, apart from God, your life is in the hands of these people. So we need to completely do an overhaul of the way people see security. And we see ritual killings take place now. Yes, some are for money rituals. But how serious have we taken mental security in Ghana? Every corporate entity should, every 6 months, have a psychiatric specialist come and interview your employees. Because if the employee is not happy, the MD's life is at risk. Because he can just barge into your office and then bludgeon you with a knife. And some of these issues are mental security issues.
Security is really broad.
It's broad, and I believe that the time has come for us to spread the tentacles of our security apparatuses so that we can tackle some of these issues.
Bribery and corruption on our roads. Policemen taking, pittance. We all see them, and we are with them when this is done. Some of us give the money. Is it something that we should be worried about, or is something that we should forget about because there are major issues that we should deal with?
Kidnapping syndicates have found fertile ground in Ghana. Because someone stops a Corolla, oh, I buy, you just give a token. Nobody searches what is back there in your trunk or boot. And people just don't kidnap. When they kidnap, they move. I almost served a client as a consultant. He came from Russia. He was working in mining. Look, in Ghana, in Accra, he was stopped at a checkpoint and people had labels of Interpol. They were fake. And they kidnapped him.
Wow.
And they moved him from one safe house to another, torturing him and forcing him to sign off on documents. And they sold off his property, a foreigner. For 8 months, nobody knew his whereabouts.
In this country?
In this country. There are property owners, all in the name of we are into real estate. People come in with bags of money. They rent apartments and houses. Who checks the backgrounds of these people? Of course, the safe houses they were keeping the kidnappee in were rented places. For so long, we have made a recommendation there should be a common database between property owners and national security. It shouldn't be like I have money for 2 years, so as soon as I come, I pay the landlord or landlady, then I move in. People don't know they are neighbors. And if Al-Qaeda wants to strike, the person may come for short stay. I was in Nairobi, the Westgate Mall, where we lost Professor Awono.
Yeah.
They said, incidentally, the guys had rented one of the shops. And gradually they were moving the weapons. And when D-Day came, they struck. You are a landlady. Young men are living in your house. They drive in Porsche cars. They don't work during the day. They play music all day long. They go out at night and come at dawn. They are a threat to national security. So all of these things come together to make up the well-being and security of a country. And I believe that we need to look at these fine details. If not, Ghana will lose its reputation as a peaceful country.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Ebad Ibrahim. That was a very informative discussion. And this is the Lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV. Be safe.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.